Okay. Hey, bro, what's going on, Roblox? I'm doing well, just doing my thing. What about you? That's good. What are you up to? I can't hear you. Yeah, I put myself on mute because of the music, but what are you up to, bro? Yeah, I put myself on mute because of the music in the background, but I do respond. I do see your messages, though. I'm making my own sketch. Okay, you're doing your own sketch. What sketch of? And what's going on, Cloudy? How's life going? All right. Thank you, Roblox, for coming. I do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you very much, though. Why? Why does your eyes look like that? What the fuck? You look crazy. Bro, you see some hard shit. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? That's funny.
Arian. You can show it. I don't mind.
Why are you saying anything, Ari? What the fuck?
Says him confused who you're talking to.
I was talking to
Says Ari thought
Jade.
you were talking to her.
Yes. Fuck, I was
Says whoops, my bad, sorry.
Thank you, Drawtime, for X 100 likes.
Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Says why isn't the
Thank you,
TikTok name
Drawtime,
read
for
when
X
it's said out loud?
196 likes.
It happens sometimes. Because either it deems
Says
as
Will Beach
offensive.
has officially confused my brain for today.
Thank you, Drawtime, for X 296 likes.
Okay.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube, and
Okay, give me 1
exclusive
second. I'm
access
just
to all
gonna
things VIP, so you
clean
can
this
super
up a little
fan
bit.
from your sofa. YouTube Premium, it's
There we
way
go.
more than ad-free. Try 1 month on us.
Okay. So
Says I'm Jade.
right there. So this is what Jade made. Let me see. I think that's that fire type
Says
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Let's see.
Thank you, Drawtime, for X 385
Very
likes.
cute. But I think what you need to work on. I think what you need to work on a little bit on is the overall.
Says yeah, Valerian I think is the name of that Pokemon.
There are 2 things you need to work on when it comes to this type of thing.
Thank you, Drawtime,
Given
for
that
X 472
technically, if you
likes.
think of it, Pokemon are pretty much furries in some form, especially the ones that are more anthropomorphic. But like, if we're gonna go more of an anthropomorphic animal, because I know this is probably like the smaller version of itself, and then this is like more evolved versions of itself. This is probably like the base form, and then this is like the second form, and this is probably the 4th form. But what you need to work on is, and this is something I stress a lot, it doesn't matter if you're drawing humans or you're drawing anthropomorphic animals, it doesn't matter even drawing a fucking car. Well, anything that is organic, anything that is living, anything that's organic or supposed to seem to be organic has to have a form of flow. That means gesture. So what's happening here is that what we need to make sure that to improve as fast as possible is to focus on the idea of let me see here. To focus on the idea of gesture. This is something I stress a lot. This is something that a lot of people need to. It's the idea of exactly is movement. Move. meant, or at least doing a action slash verb.
Thank you, Anime with C for X
Now-
107 likes.
Now, making something look like it's running
Thank
is
you, Drawtime for X
pretty easy.
577 likes.
You can draw something that looks like it's running. Like if you had a character running. Oops, sorry. And their hand is this way, and you have
Thank you,
them
Drawtime
jumping
for
like
X
this, and
667
their
likes.
hands are like.
Thank you, Anime with C for
Like-
X 202 likes.
If you had someone running, that's one thing, but the gesture needs to make sense. So it looks pretty robotic if you make the character run like this.
Thank you, Drawtime for X
but
754 likes.
To give it that flow, it needs that sense of the action line.
I have been drawing the gesture down
Thank
on
you,
my own
Anime with
sketches
C
all
for
right.
X
The
202
action
But getting their
line-
arms or legs to show any type of movement how it's drawn is tricky.
Or the line of action, the LOA, the line of action is very important. It's probably as important as knowing
Thank you,
anatomy.
Drawtime for X 850 likes.
The reason why is because you can draw something accurate to the T, but if it doesn't have a sense of flow, you're going to just pretty much waste your time. So like for instance, if you draw a head perfectly like
Thank you, Anime with C
perfect,
for X
and you
388
draw a
likes.
hand, like if I were to take like say, where is it, here, I would use a symmetrical ruler. If I make this perfectly perfect, it lacks depth and happiness. It's just like it's
Thank
just
you,
this
Anime with
robotic
C for
thing
X
that's
478 likes.
really just there, you know. It's just really, that's what it's gonna look like. It's gonna look really robotic, right? So to remove this problem is to have something called the action line. Now this, I know this is just a head, but the point I'm saying is once you start making, like, the head's supposed to be kind
Thank
of
you,
like
Anime
straight
with
all
C for
times,
X
most cases.
568
But when you
likes.
make a character and it has like shoulders and stuff, the problem where a lot of people mess up is that when they're drawing a character for the very first time, they tend to draw them very straight and no fluidity. Like you can even draw a character in fluid motion while it's just standing, right? So you can draw them looking like this, or you can draw them live action and then with a little bit more pizzazz. Okay? A little bit more pizzazz. Right.
Says how can it be I see a small piece of the screen?
Oops, sorry. You see that, sorry. So if you have a character that looks like this, like a robot, right? There's no sense of anything, right? It's just kind of boring. It's just like meh. But when you put like a character that has a little bit more attitude with flow, because what we're having is this line of action that allows us to look at the character in a way that feels a lot more organic and not feeling very stiff. That's the point, right? We want the character to feel like they're alive, like they're real, or at least believable. But once you start drawing them to be accurate, then you get this robotic robot that you don't want to, you wasted drawing. So the number one thing before you want to learn anything with anatomy, and ultimately when we use the word, well, when I use the word anatomy, when you use anatomy, what I'm referring to is the idea of rendering and detail, ultimately. Because if you are, because when you guys say, how do I get anatomy right, what we're actually saying as artists, what most of you don't realize, you may be talking about human body, but ultimately it's all about rendering and detail. because you can draw a character without a bunch of detail and still look awesome, right? You don't need all that extra information just to prove that, unless you're trying to draw extremely realistically. Then that's one thing. But like, if you're trying to draw your favorite anime character or furry or whatever the fuck, what you need to keep in mind is believability. That's the illusion. This is how this works.
Says Teach I will go now.
All right, Mono.
Says by everyone.
Later, Mono. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. But like, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you for coming in. And so what you need to keep in mind, night. What you need to keep in mind is that you need to focus on the idea of two things. There are three things that makes up good gesture. Gesture is, I spelled that wrong, but it is shape, form, and flow. These three things will make up this one thing. So if you can master 1, 2, and 3 individually and then combine them as
did
one.
I let them look like a robot?
To a certain extent, yes, but then again, no. Yes, because it's the lack of fundamentals. No, because the intention is for them to look as fluid as possible, or at least the intention is for them to look as interesting as possible. Now, the interesting part is not gone. The only thing that's there is construction. The construction is lacking, but the interest is there. So what that means is the fur and everything else is cute and stuff, and the overall idea and concept is there. But the execution is not based on structure and overall just functionality with the character. Now, this is not an attack on your skill. This is more of a opening of one's eye. Okay, so because like let's use this example. See how this arm is just kind of flat? It's kind of like flat and straight. The one thing about arms, they're never ever straight. They actually curve, even tilted curved. You never have a straight arm. Even when you're throwing a punch, you don't throw it straight.
Says true.
Right? You always throw a punch like this, or like even when you're going straight, it still bends, right? So you're bending your arm to throw a punch. You don't go straight. No one punches like that. You might do a jab, but it's still a bending move, right? But no one punches directly like straight. You fucking hurt yourself. You know what I'm saying? You just look weird and strange. So to like for this arm, for instance, let me use an example. The arm that you made that was straight out like this, I would give it some form.
You do always bend your arm.
Yeah, because like when you have your arm, like the little hand like this, it's like this, right? So to give it some form, we're gonna wrap it around the arm. This is the leg. But to give it some more, we wrap it with these little lines. This is why when I'm doing the sketches, you guys probably might notice I put a lot of lips.
That I made the arm like a line, which it shouldn't be that way.
No, it's fine, because like this is why a lot of people don't understand, is that lack of information is usually what most beginners or novices have problem with. It's just they need a construction to get to point A to point B. Most times they just think it's magic or something. This is why they always ask me, how do you get an art style? You don't get one, you develop one. An art style is pretty much a handwriting. It's art style is a handwriting. So remember, as a kid, whether it doesn't matter if you're Chinese, Japanese, it doesn't matter if you're German, African, or whatever case may be.
I saw the arm of the original design sometimes like a line.
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. But like, it is going straight, but nothing goes actually straight. That's
Says
just.
I am doing art on my computer.
Yeah, that's the general idea of it being straight, right? That's the general idea, right? But the issue is that nothing is organically straight. Everything's kind of has their bumps, lumps, and their tilts. So once you get that in mind, you'll start drawing arms much more, or legs or whatever, much more organically. Because this is how they usually do it. They'll draw arm, right? Like you draw arm, right? So you see, the arm is supposed to be straight, right? But how I would draw this arm is look at it as a 3D sense and then draw the arm like this. See how it looks more organic? Because I'm not trying to make it straight. It's already going a straight line. It's going a straight path. Now all I have to do is make it look organic within that straight path.
Says so I get it. There has to be some shape.
Yeah, some form of organic shape, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be too bumpy, but it can't be that straight, you know what I'm saying?
Says I wish I could join the live with you if I could, but I got banned for 180 days.
I only let people up here if they're a subscriber, and they have to be a top tier subscriber, not low tier subscriber to be up here. So like with the hand, and then let me draw the hand real quick.
Okay. Says oh.
Yeah. Let me see. Or you have to be a mod. Usually I let mods up here depending on what the situation is. And then you put the hand and the fingers here. And then it looks a little bit more like an arm. It doesn't look exactly like an arm, but you get an arm feel.
Says
because
mod.
It doesn't. That? A mod is the person who moderates the stream when I'm not paying attention, or there's something needs to be dealt with, like someone's being rowdy, trolling, or being just disrespectfully rude. Instead of me doing it, they do it for me, so I can focus on what I'm doing. So it doesn't. They're there to stop the distraction of what's causing any. It's like a assistant / chaperone, just in case. Like, so, like, say I'm a teacher and I have an assistant.
So.
Yes, they're pretty much an assistant. That's what Bry is, and that's what Airy is, and that's what.
Says then I can remake it, but then use the bit more shape happening.
Yeah. So we have to look at things in a. This is why a lot of people who draw in a 2D sense should think more 3D. This is why things like Blender and stuff, like if you look at a 3D artist, a 3D modeler, you should look at their stuff as a 2D, because if you look at things more of a 2D sense while doing a 3D sense more than a 2D sense, you'll benefit more from the 3D as a 2D artist. Because the limitations now are not, it's just stuck in a 2-dimensional space. It's more of a 3-dimensional space. So this is why form becomes very important. This is why I say shape first. And then when I say shape, I'm talking about my 2D. So whenever I said your shapes is off, I'm talking about your 2D shape, right? Your squares, your triangles, circles, trapezoids, whatever shape that is look like a 2D. So if so like if I said,
I made looks emo wall.
Like it looks emo. Okay. So like form. Whenever a teacher or a professor says your form is off, they're saying it literally translates as your 3D shape.
Says depending on their drawn entity can look 3D.
So like they're talking about your square, your cubes, your prisms, and your spheres. So whenever a teacher or someone says the form is a bit off, they're talking about the overall 3D sense of the shape. So when they say your arm is off, the form of the arm is off. That means the 3D aspect.
Says I made others maybe that went some better.
Like the 3D aspect of the arm is off. So that means it's not. It's looking too flat.
Says what is your best art piece you have done?
I think the one I've done that was pretty
Moonlight.
cool was
Hey honey, how are you?
Hey Moon, what's going on? I'm doing well, just teaching. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well.
Says they also said a way to fix it is correcting the position, especially for 3D.
Yes, but that's more of a perspective type thing. But since we're not focusing on perspective, what we're focusing on is 3D shape, right? So 3D shape has no sense of spatial awareness till you make it, unless that's a focus. So I can literally make a random square, not correct, but I know it's 3D, right? It's not
Says
correct.
gotcha, and just saying what I heard lol.
Yeah, but I understand. But like
Says maybe you can see some shape on the arms on one of my other Pokemon I drew.
I'll look in a second. But like for instance, this square is actually off based on how it looks. You can tell it's off, but you can tell it's 3D, right? That's when perspective doesn't come in. It's you see how distorted it is. It's distorted, but it's still 3D. You can obviously see it's not flat, right? That's what I'm saying. When something gets flat, this is what happens. So if I try and make a 3D square, but I put a line on it, it feels flat. Actually, if I put a line on it like this, it still feels flat. It feels extremely flat. It doesn't feel like it's working now. Right? There's no 3D dimensional. You're not using your your Z space. You only use the horizontal and your vertical spaces.
Moonlight. Meow.
Meow, meow, meow. So you need that Z-axis to come in. So the Z-axis goes backwards and shortens it. Now it's 3D. So that's what it is. So whenever you see anything like this, 2D shape. Once we put that Z-axis, 3D shape. Okay? That's what that is. So I would love, like, as a freebie to you, Jade, I want you to focus on shape, form, and
Says they said for 3D you have to know the shapes and how to draw them
gesture.
in any direction.
And gesture, right? So line of action and flow. Now, just to be clear, I do this every time when I'm doing a drawing. So this is not something I'm just sending you off to do. If you choose to do it, that's up to you. But this is like a demo preview of how I teach my students. So what I want you to do, like I said, shape, form, and gesture. I want you to, 1, make a circle every time. 2, make a line of action through that same circle. And 3, make some shapes through that. Because what that's going to do, you're going to use this line as a guideline to manipulate your character to do whatever it wants. Now, you have to keep in mind the line of action is not a spine. A lot of you tend to think this is a spine. So the line of action is not. It is not a spine.
For X 296 likes.
It is a guideline.
Thank you, AOP.
Okay,
Utina
so
What app are you
For
on?
X
And will it
386
work on
likes.
school computer?
I don't know. I'm on Clip Studio Paint. I'm not sure if it's gonna work on your school. So like that. I don't know if your school computer has some type of program that doesn't allow you to download
Says
stuff. So I don't know. They may have like NetNatty or whatever the fuck programs these days. It's been a long time since I've been in like cyber school in a long time. All right, so I'm using this as a form to get to point A to point B. It's gonna feel weird at first when you start doing this, but it does not matter. The point is to make you feel uncomfortable doing this because
Says
you're
it
gonna feel
_Therian _on
strange.
_pause _Clip Studio Paint.
Let's see here.
Says a www man, it won't let me.
So let it go.
Says all right. Then I try to do the shape, gesture, flow, action, and the other thing you say.
Just to be clear, the line of action, flow, and gesture is all the same thing. The only things that are separate is the shape and form. This is 2D shape, and this is just 3D shape. So whenever I say your form is off, I'm talking about the 3D shape. When I say your shape is off for your drawing, I'm talking about the 2D aspect. Like, this is the general shape. So when you say your 2D shapes are off or your shape is off, they're talking about the general thing, general shape. Like a square. And then 3D shape is the 3D aspect of it. It's looking flat. So I said your form is off. That means the object that's supposed to look 3D is looking really flat. Now, just to be clear about when something's flat, this can go two ways between using lines. Oops. Or you can use that too.
Says hi.
Hello, you can use that too.
Says hi, Emma.
You can get, hey Emma, hang on. You can do that by putting shape. Putting line. You don't have to use lines actually. You can actually get rid of you can get rid of this part.
Says at underscore theory and underscore on
and use just shape
underscore high.
with values. You can do that too, but if that's too hard for right now, I would just stick with lines. You have an option between using lines, like just conventionally drawing them, or you can use values.
Says oh I forgot the shadow, I think then.
You can use shapes. You can use values, meaning shadows, to get something to look more 3D. But if you want to improve faster, you can use values and shadows compared to lines, because it kills two birds with one stone. One, you're looking at things in a 3D aspect using shadows, and two, you'll learn how to use values in a way that it seems like you're painting, and three, you'll have more spatial awareness towards things, and you'll be able to know where light source is. So like that's something that you can get a lot out of just this regular exercise of just learning just the shape, the form, and then just the gesture.
Says I have a really complicated name.
So it's really up to you. So let's use like one of your drawings here, like this one. I think it's look like Lucario in some form. I think it's like new design of Lucario. Yes, Lucario. Like it's flat here and here and here. So what you need to do to fix this tail, say for instance the tail. So the tail's going like this, right? So to really give it its 3D form, you can use say this is the tail, right? You can use lines to really convey where it's going, like that. They asked me to look at it on their Instagram.
Says I'm glad you said the thing about the line of action. For the longest, I thought it was the spine.
No, it's not. A lot of people tend to associate it to being a spine. And you can use it as a spine, but I would not recommend to call it one or use it as one, because sometimes the line of action can be very exaggerated. And then that's where reality tends to not set in anymore. Okay? That's why when you're starting out with the line of action, keep it quite simple. So what I mean by this is when I use the line of action, sometimes when I just want to draw something pretty simple, I'll draw a head, keep it simple, and then just keep the character within the subject.
Says the more advanced lines of actions are for more intense poses, I think.
Yes. But you need to identify where the line of action is going in these situations. Oop.
Says, can you look at my TikTok? It shows my art and it's on a computer, and I am seeing what I need to.
I only do that for people who are who's a student. I'm just doing this as a freebie for Jade, so she has an understanding of how I teach her and how I explain things. But I can look at your thing real quick, real fast, and give you a quick synopsis. But beyond that, once that's done, you have to be a student. And to become a student, you just become a TikTok subscriber. Not
Says maybe I can remake them, all of them.
Ow, my nose.
Says thanks.
I wouldn't see. The thing is, I wouldn't remake them. What I would do in your situation, what I would do is just do something new, or do the same thing you're doing, but just apply the fundamentals. So, like for instance, like we'll start small. I'll start really small so you don't feel overwhelmed at all. Just keep it small. So like let's use this character here, the what, Fixin or Flareon, I think that's her name is. I don't remember. But like just like let's use this example. It's pretty simple concept. So you use this character who's supposed to resemble that of I'll say between a fox or a dog or something. Let's just say a fox. I will look at a bunch of references of like foxes and then use those references as a guideline to see what poses look really nice, and then use those poses as a guideline to apply the fundamentals on. Oh, Fennekin, okay. So like you apply that to your drawing of Fennekin here. And then that's how you do it. You can do the same line of action with animals as well. You don't have to be humans. A lot of people think this is only just for humans. It's not just for humans or humanoid type creatures. It could be anything that could be, or the only thing this may not work for is robots, if that's literally the goal for it to be robotic, like a transformer. Then you're gonna be more stiff. Because it's a robot and there's moving parts and joints and blah blah blah. That's a very like mechanical. So yeah. Let me see. So I wouldn't redo them. I would keep them how they are and just move on to the next thing and make something new by applying those fundamentals. Or you can use the same characters as a testing point. So you have to make something brand new. You already have a base of what you're using, and then use that as a base to make whatever fundamentals you want to work on. So like say you want
Says
to...
I am glad you will look at it real quick, because everyone, well, almost everyone did not like it.
Okay. Hold on. So I hope that was helpful in any way, shape, or form for those of you who are here. Or especially to Jade that was here.
Says I go try next time, make it look less stiff.
It's like, okay, the thing about that is that you need to Just practice. Don't try to get it right on the first 100 time. Trust me, you're gonna fail pretty much the first. You're gonna fail like 1,000, probably 1,010 times. Okay, so don't expect to get it on the first 20 times or first 50 or the first 100. It's gonna take a good while because since this is a new concept, depending on how your brain works and stuff, because everyone's different. So what you might catch on might take probably a week. For Ari, might take 2 months, right? So a lot of people come in my stream all the time and ask me, how long did it take you to get to point A, point B? How long will it take for me to get to point A, point B? I don't know your skills, right? So like I don't know how you process things, right? This is why I give people a freebie on how I teach, because the way I teach may not work for them. Did I pick the wrong person? Wait, hold up. Hold on. I just realized. I don't see any artwork. I just see a bunch of like furry stuff. So yeah, I don't see no artwork. But no, this one. I'm glad you look at it real quick because everyone is almost everyone don't like it. Oh, you're not supposed to worry about what everyone is. If you're trying to improve, you're not supposed to worry about what other people think. Mushroom.
Says okay, I will BRB.
Well, you have a good sense of form when you drew the mushroom. That's good. So she's drawing the mushroom. That looks pretty good. Okay. I would show the mushroom drawing, but I don't know if TikTok might take that as a different way, even though nothing's harmful about it.
Says okay, I will take a pic and post it.
No, I see it, but okay, I see one with a dog. It looked like a furry dog. It was some form of like four-legged furry dog. And coloring. The drawing's not bad, but the problem with the drawing is that I think the legs are a bit too short, so it looks extremely stubby for the character. Oh, and another thing, a lot of
Says let me try to make the Pokemon I drew me a bit more 3D.
And another problem where a lot of beginners tend to make a mistake is that they won't take the idea of line art too seriously. So like what they'll do is they'll take one marker and I'm not saying the tracing part around their character is bad. That's not the bad part. The issue is where the line weight comes in, because you use one line weight, right? And because you use one line weight, it looks too beginner friendly, if you like, more like a keychain. So like for instance, they'll use a thick marker, right? And then they'll do all the details within the character and then outside the character, and the character looks overwhelmed with just this big thickness of just brushstrokes, right? So the issue that you need to fix is that, okay, let me use an example. Where is she? Okay, where is he? Yes, okay, so like, okay, let me use Inosuke as an example here. Some parts are thin and some parts are thick. All right, so there's a pattern that's happening here. I didn't get to do the whole thing, but there's a pattern happening. So you can see like in this particular area here is really thick, right? That was not on accident. That was actually intentional for good reason, because the light is actually coming from this side. That's going to be the intentional part. And because the light's coming from this side, everything on the opposite end will be thickened. Right? So I would thicken back here. I will thicken a little bit here, outside wise of the character.
Says it's done loading.
And then within the character, I will use a thin line. The reason why you want to do this, it gives a line variation on your character. Because if you use one brush and the
Says
one size,
I can try that too.
yeah, if you use one brush and one size of the character is going to look really odd and strange.
Says that Artextric.
A lot of people, hello. A lot of people, wait, what are you saying? Okay, yeah, hello. A lot of people don't realize this, but, the reason why, there are two reasons why a lot of people say, why does my line art look like shit, but the sketch looks good? Because the sketch actually has a bunch of line variant, and it doesn't lack, it may be lacking in, actually there's three things. One, it might be lacking in thickness. Two, it's lacking in line art. In flow, gesture. And then three, it's lacking balance.
Says I spent 3 hours on the pic I just unloaded.
So that's what a lot of people kind of mess up on. There are three things why your drawing's not looking good line art wise for your sketch.
Today.
So that's where, oh, that's awesome. That's why a lot of people don't want to do line art, because they're scared that it's going to look like shit compared to their sketch. That's why most people don't move away from the sketch. Once they get the sketch done, they're pretty much
Says
done.
It's a good idea. I can practice on the shadows as well, like Inoski.
Yeah, so like here, example, like since the light's coming this way, everything gets thickened on this side.
Says once you understand Leonard, it can be fun.
So it's not as hard as you think. It's more of patience and understanding. So, but ultimately,
Says that when I messed up on the pic I just unloaded.
Your drawing is pretty cool, in the furry sense of everything. But what I would, two things you should work on is one, the size, the length of the limbs of the animal. The animal's fine face wise and the stomach wise, but it's the arms are way too small. They need to be a bit more elongated. Because if they're not elongated, they look stubby and they're gonna have a hard time walking. You have to look at it in a conventional sense. I know you drew them because they look cute and you was pretty happy with it, and that's fine. But if you're trying to improve, you need to work on those limbs. I would lengthen them a little bit longer and learn how animal limbs or how it works and how they're constructed. If you look closely at that, it'll work. You'll do a lot better job. You already have some sense of form that's happening. The gesture's a bit stiff, I'm not gonna lie. But there's no sense of, I'm pretty sure there was no sense of perspective that was even in the awareness. It was pretty much just in the height of drawing. So like, I understand that happens. So this is why gesture, flow, and
Says see if you see
form
the
is
pic I
important.
unloaded.
Let me see. I think you're referring to this, if I'm correct. Right? Am I right?
Says yes.
Alright, so let me see here. It's not too bad. There is a form of gesture that's happening here. Honestly, it's not that bad.
Next time I go try and make it look more 3D my drawings as.
Actually, it's not that bad. The form, there's some form of form there. You did use a good set of shadows to at least convey the contouring of the hand and the shirt.
Cool.
So it's not bad. But the hair, some parts of the hair is a bit flat. I would fix.
Says I'll give you a follow.
Or so. So you have to keep that in a sense. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah. Let me see. What is this? Oh, nothing. Alright, that's pretty much it. So I would say that was your freebie, Therian. Pretty much at this point. It is what it is.
Thank you ACARTS for following.
Says gonna had some rest now. It's late for me. Next time when I have practiced some on my drawings, I hope.
Yeah,
Says
sure.
Thanks.
No problem. All right, we're back to work. All right, let me see. Okay, let me see. Okay. Now I wanna. Oops. Make that okay. And then make the hair.
Says good night.
Night night. Okay. Hey, Eyes, what's going on? I just saw you there. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Trying my best to get this done. We're about to finish up with him in a bit. Quick question: how was it to become a student or ask for more advice? You just have to be either a TikTok subscriber or a Patreon member. Either one. A TikTok subscriber is only like what, $2.69 a month. It's literally $2. And I'll answer any question you have. Not only that, I'll answer any question you have. I'll not only demonstrate your question. Hopefully, I can answer it, and then, I will help you with something that you're working on. So, like, if you're working on a character design and you need help on what's wrong with it, like color theory wise, or how to make it more interesting.
Says based on my art, how old do you think I am?
Nope, not doing that. We do not do that. TikTok does not like that when they ask that question. Nope. Why do people ask that question? I don't know why.
Says okay.
Nope. We don't do that here. TikTok hates that when you ask people's their
Says
age.
oh, I am sorry.
Yep. It's perfectly fine. Let me see. What did I say? Hold on. I didn't get to see. It got cut off. Sorry, that was a pretty funny question. I do know. Okay, quick question. How was it to become a student or ask for more advice? Sorry, that was a pretty funny question. I don't know why. Oh no, I think it was a legitimate question. Wait. Sorry, that was a legitimate question. I don't think nothing's wrong with it. I don't think it's. I think it was just a normal question you asked. Oh, the age question. Yeah. I don't know why they ask questions like that, and it always throw me off why they ask me that type of question. I think that's like the 70th time someone asked me that question, and it always comes off from TikTok. I don't know why. It's like everyone says that from TikTok. I never get this issue when it's on like other platforms. It's just on TikTok alone. Let me see here.
Him to perform some tricks here in the house,
It's a weird one.
and he just said yes. I still think that Magister Merlin's plan to spy on the enemy is somewhat risky. I expected him to be a
Says, how did you make that body?
Understanding and practice. I use a reference. Implied my understanding of knowledge upon that. And visual library. Okay, how much is it? Because I don't have TikTok. It's $3. To be a basic student, $3.
Studio is the bomb, Paul.
Yes, it is. I honestly think Clip Studio is better than Procreate, but that's just my bias. I just have this weird feeling when you use Procreate, it just kind of holds your hand. I don't know why, I just get that feeling. How much is it to be put? Okay, references are so important for artists. I think it's easy for newer artists to think that using references is bad. Yeah, they think it's bad because they believe that because what
Says I use Cletty.
they think is like people are just born with this. No one is born how to draw. I think that's what it is. They're born to draw, so they think that people don't use references. We use references all the time. It's like an industry standard to make sure references make sense. Because if we're doing like a character design, we have to make sure that the character design is accurate on all attempts, from top, bottom, left, right, side, from all angles. So everything is, especially on model, if the character is not looking on model, look off, you'll see it, or you'll notice it out in time. So it is very.
Says, have you ever used Cletty?
I don't know what that is, to be honest. Okay, thank you for answering my Patreon question. Dang, I use Procreate. It's all right. It's all right if you use Procreate. I, in my honest opinion, think it holds a person's hand. But just because I think that does not make it so.
Says it's an art app.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Sorry. But thanks for letting me know, though. So don't feel bad if you use Procreate. Whatever I teach can be still applied. Most of the stuff I teach can be applied to traditional shit. It's just that I'm just happen to be using digital as a medium. And a lot of people come and ask me the question, what would you prefer, digital or traditional? And I honestly
Says you
pick
might be
traditional.
able to try it soon.
So Well,
Says I feel called out lol.
Nah, don't feel called out. I don't think that's something to be called out for. It's something that people use. But it's just in my opinion, I feel like it kind of holds your hand on certain situations. I don't know why I get that feeling, but it feels that way. I'm pretty sure it's good for animation as well. I don't think I have to pay for animation. I don't think so.
Says I use traditional cause I've grown up with it pretty much my whole life.
Yeah. I would have preferred traditional anyway. I would actually expect more beginners to use traditional first before they start doing digital. The reason being is because if you get used to doing the hard stuff first, and then you go to something that makes it a bit more easier, or a lot easier depending on who you are, that will just make life a lot easier so you don't have to worry about, like, I'm not really expecting you to go and buy a bunch of stupid, like, brand name, like, what do you call it?
Says it's always best to try new things.
What do you call it? Fuck. Like, expensive, like, equipment and shit. No, I'm a type of person who just says get a piece of paper and pencil and call it a day. Just use a piece of paper and pencil. You don't have to get a fancy schmancy tablet or whatever. That's not important or not needed. That's a peripheral, if anything, or preference. Some people don't mind having the digital tablet with no screen compared to one that with screen. A lot of people prefer with the screen, so they don't have to do the whole learning curve of trying to draw as if they're playing a video game, because that's usually how it kind of ends out. But you know, it happens.
Says or the Copic markers. They are quite pricey though.
That's why I always say they get a pencil and paper. Try to avoid, because a lot of people think if they have the
Says I use paper and pencil all the time. Lol.
they all think if they have the most brand name stuff, they're going to be the best artist. That's a big fallacy. That's not true. Just because you have the best markers doesn't make you the best. It's not going to help you any more drawing. It's just either easier to use or has a certain effect that it does, but that effect is only in effect if you know how to use it properly. I do understand what you mean, though. A lot of standard brushes on Procreate have a super high stabilization. Also, it's important to
Says
keep
I don't
in
mind
mind.
the alcohol markers, but they bleed too much.
It's also important to keep in mind that if you want to digitize a drawing you made traditionally, you can always import. Yeah, you can always import it. So you can always do a traditional drawing and then import it into like a Clip Studio Paint or what do you call it? Fucking what do you call it? Photoshop. You know. So.
Says false. A paper and even a normal marker can make a masterpiece.
Yeah, you don't have to get these things. They're not important to have. A lot of people think it's important, but it's not. It's really nothing. It's a preference. Anything. It's just more of a. It's more of a preference. Nothing more, nothing less. So yeah. Okay, let me see. What did Also keep in mind that okay. Yeah, that's true. The only time it might be a factor is if you are a small business that makes stickers. Oh yeah, that too. That's a thing too. Okay, a lot of you may not know
Says
this.
well of art tablet.
For those who use digital means to make your art,
Says my mom got me a tablet and it didn't work and my mom got scammed over $500 for $100.
should have just went to the store. I would have just went to the store or went to Amazon or something. But I'm sad. I'm sorry that happened. When you're okay, so a lot of you may not know this, but if you are using digital means to make stickers, please be sure you're doing it in inches, not in pixels. Because if you do it in pixels, it's not going to work. You have to do your drawings in inches. For those of you who don't know this, I do my drawings in inches because I believe it's more crisper compared to pixels. But the reason why most of you should not use I was supposed to say Instagram, use inches is because it's more it's more what do you call it, memory on your computer. And if your computer's not a beast like mine, it can handle it. You're gonna have a hard time importing these things, and it's gonna be not even really importing. You're gonna have a problem. It's gonna be high, like we call it memory on them, and you're gonna run out of memory depending on what kind of computer you have. So if you want to save memory or whatever, put it in pixels. That means px for pixels and stuff. But if your computer is a beast or like a gaming computer or whatever that can like deal with graphics and blah blah blah, you can put in inches and you'll be fine. I put it in inches because it makes it a lot more cleaner, as if I was doing it for a sticker. So I'm used to using this all the time, and I have like I think 4 terabytes of like memory, so I remember right. So I have nothing to worry about. And I frequently delete and empty my stuff anyway, so it doesn't really worry about me too much. So you have to be very careful. The downfall of using a low memory iPad. Oh god. Yeah, that's a loss on that one.
Says how long have you been working on that?
It's only been a day and what, 10 hours? It only took me 6 hours, 6 or 4 hours to get this line art in place. Okay, now it actually does look like Inosuke now. First, it was not looking like him. But this is what happens when trusting the process is a good thing. Like, this is what he looked like before. From the sketch. But now it looks like him now. You can see a drastic difference between the sketch. And I knew the eyes was way too high up. It was too high up and too small. But I fixed that now.
Says you should make an animation, in my opinion.
I don't have the what do you call it? The program to do that. Here in Clip Studio Paint, I have to pay for that. So I have to find something free to go do that. I'm putting the effort. I also gotta do animation till we get to 100,000.
Says, oh, I think you do have to pay.
Yep. I'll have to find a free one. Maybe like, what do you call it? What's that one? Fuck, it's called, Brian might know what I'm talking about. We call it fuck. Something tunes. I can't remember for the death of me.
Says
I forgot what it's called. Fuck, it's gonna be bothering me now. It'll come to me, but I can't remember right now.
Says lol. Says Bond. Says Toon Boom.
Toon Boom, there we go. Thank you. Wait, I think I have to pay.
WDYM Bond.
I think I have to pay for that too. No, it was something else. It was called fuck, I can't remember what it was. Toon Boom is one of them, but yeah, I think you have to pay for that one. I don't think they have a free version, but I think you have to pay for that one. Fuck. It was something else. But it's free, but I forgot what it was called. I think it has a picture of an apple. That's like their icon. I can't remember for the death of me.
Says Flip a Clip.
No, not Flip-a-Clip, it's something else. I know Flip-a-Clip, that one's on... I was recommending that on TikTok. Oop. Oh, I just can't remember what it was. Fuck. Hold on. I'll type it in, hold on. Open Tunes! That was it. It was Open Tunes. It was Open Tunes. That was it. Could not remember for the death of me.
Walmart Plus members save on delivery, gas, plus so much more. Join today.
Okay. Hell divers.
You deserve a promotion at work. Enter this prompt into the generative AI tool in Grammarly. Once you get your output, you can even refine it, like make it more persuasive.
Don't listen to that bitch. She'll get you fired.
Definitely elevate my communication with my manager. And Grammarly doesn't sell any of your data to third parties. Start using this tool.
She'll get you fired. Don't do it.
Says lol.
She'll have her job. You won't. Don't listen to her. You know what they should have for, you know what they should actually have for these situations, because that's such an awkward thing to happen to you. Like you ask your boss for for a raise because you feel like you deserve one because you've been there for whatever how many times. Instead of that being a thing, this person has to choose to give you a raise or choose to promote you or whatever the case may be. There should be some type of tier system where you do well. Oh, I forgot about eyes. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, it says okay, wait. Whoa. My iPad is a 7th generation and my Apple Pencil is the first one. They work like old cars. Sometimes my Apple iPad will make lines in places I wasn't even drawing. Yeah, that happens with software stuff. Procreate isn't technically free, but animation is layer by layer. Yep. Flip a clip. There's one. The free watermark. That's free, but there's a watermark. Is that with the one I just mentioned? Yeah, they put watermarks now? Fuck. Yeah, that might
Says think I might become a student.
Well, that's up to you. But what they need to do to avoid this problem is
Says I will think about it, KK.
All right, but what they need to do is, you know how you're playing a video game and you're getting an achievement and you see how much your progress is. They should have just a progress thing that shows how close you are to getting promotion, instead of you going up to this person and asking like a fucking animal, like a wounded animal, and say, "Can I get a promotion?" And then they no. And you're awkward now. Now every time you're with them and they literally told you no, they won't give you more money. You're always awkwardly around them. Ugh, that is the most worst thing ever, especially if you see your boss virtually every single day. No, bro. You know what I'm saying? That makes more sense. Have a progress bar to show if you're close to promotion or not, instead of having this fucker come up to you and be like, we're gonna promote you whenever I feel like. I'm like, oh, man. That shit lame. And then what if the person's
Can I get a promotion, please?
like a weirdo or an asshole, and he's just promoted someone because they was in that nice tight dress or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's so unfair. I don't think bosses should be able to just promote you and stuff, especially if there's not the actual owner of the business. Shit. If it's just a manager who's just as hired as you. No, man. I think there should be something in place so this awkwardness won't ever come up ever again. I think this right here has a problem. This is too up there, so I'm gonna fix this real quick. Grab this here. Oops, make this right. It's just so awkward. And God forbid they don't embarrass you. Oh god. And they're like a real asshole and they're like, you remember that time you asked for a promotion? Ah! And they're laughing in your face and you're like, this asshole really is laughing at me for trying to better my situation. Like, really? Oh god. Can't live that one down. That's crazy. There should be like a progress bar. That makes more sense. People will be more likely to do their job because they'll look at the progress bar compared to hoping that this idiot even recognizes you, much less know your name. Especially if you're in those type of industries where you're doing a bunch of 10 things and you're dealing with 1,010 other people, and you're kind of like in competition with your own your own like peers in that space, and then hopefully, depending on your situation, your boss even remembers your name, much less know what the fuck you do. Especially if it's like in a cubicle and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, ugh. And you've been there for like 5+ years or more. It's just. That is so awkward.
Says you.
Hey, Devent, what's going on, bro?
Says what's good, y'all.
Oh, let's just doing our thing, you know. Oh, Yes, yeah, yes. YouTube Shorts is a YouTube Shorts Live is a thing.
MIYARN. Hi.
Let me see. Well, hey, what's up? What's going on, Marin? Maya, Ran, Maya. I won't say Ren. Maya. I'll say Maya. Maya's easier.
What was the hardest part about coping with your son leaving?
Oh
It
man.
was difficult when he first was deployed to
That's.
Iraq.
I'm telling you
We never
now.
were in the process of knowing that he was going to go. It was like a ripping. You know,
Am
I
I
tried not to
wiring?
cry, but my heart, my
I'm
inner,
bored.
it was just like that's
Oh
my
no, I'm
baby.
bored. Oh, I see. I see. Where brings you to the stream? Just because you're bored, or you're looking for something?
It's a hard job being the oldest and the man in the house.
But what's it like having the added responsibility?
Horrible. Well, just horrible. Ever since my mom and dad
MIYARN. I'm hungry too.
I'm hungry. Shit. I wish I had some food in my stomach right now.
Fine if I had a twin brother. We would both share a room.
It's tough because we, during the
I
off
wish I
season,
could.
spend almost 24 hours a day together. So then when the season happens, I feel like, what am I going to do with myself? I'm dreading the most the fact that
MIYARN.
he has to be away
I was
from
looking
his
YouTube and then I found your
kids,
stream.
and that the kids are going to be away from their father.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't do the whole military life
MIYARN.
thing. That shit will make me mad.
Watching Asterisk.
I can't. Like, I would never want to be a married man in the military. I would not want that. That would suck so much. And you know how much statistics go up for being a military man, and the cheating is abysmal. It is high as fuck. If you are a dude or a woman, like mainly a dude, if you're a dude and you have a wife, the chances of she cheating has gone up almost 80% when you're nearly gone half the time, and then it's a next 20% if you probably might die in the process. Because it is a frustrating lifestyle to go down that road. I would never want to be a married soldier. I'd rather be a single soldier with no kids and no wife than be a man with kids and wife and a soldier. Because Jesus Christ, it is hard, and sometimes these wives just don't give a fuck. And I'm not saying all wives, I'm just saying most.
MIYARN. Me too. Well, I'm a woman and I think I'm gonna be single forever, but I don't want to go to the military.
Yeah. That shit, no. I'd rather be single in the military than be married in the military. That shit, no. And then it's one thing when you're married, it's another thing when you have kids in it. Oh god. And then mom might be cheating on you, your wife might be cheating on you, and then you have your kids, and the kids probably know that mom's cheating on you. Ever seen that movie called Brothers?
MIYARN.
Have you guys never seen that movie called Brothers? From with it features, I think the two actors, main characters was Jake Gyllenhaal and Tobey Maguire. God damn. That was pretty tough to watch.
Says if they are cheating, at least you know they're active.
Funny. That doesn't know. That's not good. That's not a good thing. That's not a flex. That's a loss. That is not a win. That is a loss. But yeah, that's crazy, man. I couldn't be able to deal with that. That would no.
It's hard to be away from each other. It's hard.
That shit's wild. I can't do that.
MIYARN. No or it because I speak Spanish, but I can speak and understand English.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You've been gone. Hold on. Let me get this one. She says, some days I feel like shit. Some days I wanna quit. Just be gone, I wanna quit. Don't be gone to get along. But the trips to the feel so wrong and paper the phone. And the voice always helps me when I feel so alone. When I feel like an idiot. Working my day around the call when the makeup I having to say so. It's a little fucked up when I'm stuck here waiting. At times debating kind of you and the hand of your career.
I like your drawing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. There's a commission I'm doing for a client slash subscriber slash viewer. miss you so. It's like it's been forever that you've been gone. You know, the place where you used to live, used to barbecue and burgers and ribs, you the kind of the party and the Halloween and candy by the pile. Now, you want to stop by once in a while? Shit.
If I had cash, I will buy some Coney Science, but I'm poor.
That's perfectly fine. You being here is just fine to me. I appreciate it though. Thank you. A little fucked up and I'm up here waiting. At times debating on you when I had it with you and your career. Me and the rest of the family here singing Where'd You Go? It's been forever. You've been gone. Where'd you go? Miss you so. Seems like it's been forever. You've been gone. Go back home. I want you to know it's a little fucked up, but I'm stuck here waiting. I'm done with debating, kind of sitting and hating and making these excuses and why you're not around and feeling so useless.
M-I-Y-A-R-N. My new favorite artist.
Thank you. Aw. In the comeback, I won't be here. You can sing it. Aw. Thank you. Like it's been forever. You've been gone. Where'd you go? I miss you so. Seems like it's been forever. You've been gone. Let's come back home. Let's come back home. Let's come back home. Come back home.
M-I-Y-A-R-N. Woof woof bark bark woof 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 bark bark.
Bark bark woof.
Watching the kids.
Do you think it'd be easier if your dad was around more?
Yeah.
When he's laying next to me, it's like we're the exact same person. And we do a lot together, and I just miss that so much.
I'm not gonna lie, that will bother the shit out of me that I can't be near my kids. That will bother the shit out of me. I would not want this job to know that I'll be away from my kids. That shit will bother the fuck out of me so much. It's not even funny. And then, like, you're always gone. So you're, like, technically a stranger to your kids. Oh, God, that's even worse. You're, like, a stranger. You don't really know them like that because you're always gone. So you don't know those little moments where they had those little victories and failures. So you have to, like...
Says what will? Having kids.
Like, that would suck so much. That you couldn't, like, you don't really know them like that because you're always gone. And then when you get to know them and you get to know things about them that you didn't think that was a problem, it'll be eventually an issue later on in life.
Says, hey, what's up?
Hey. Oh, hey, hon, what's going on, hon? Oop.
Thank you, Melodic Productions, for sending 1x Heart Me.
M-I-Y-A-R-N.
Hands.
Wait, do you HQV kids?
No, I don't have kids, but I'm saying in general. Nothing much, just doing my thing. Doing my thing.
Says at Melodic Productions, hi-huh.
Wait, what color is this? That would bother the shit out of me. That would bother the hell out of me, though, if I had kids.
Says kids aren't that bad, just requires a lot of patience.
Usually.
Watch the Final Four and see who takes home the title. Catch the action live with YouTube TV. Subscription required. Cancel anytime.
These are words to work by. Supplies, solutions, support. Call
okay, let's see here.
To stop by.
Okay. Alright, we're near done. We're at the end.
M-I-Y-A-R-N.
Anyone on my side?
Oh my god, I need some advice of how to draw boy hair.
I'll give you a freebie. Because I'm a teacher, so I have to keep that in mind. But, so, like, drawing hair is not as problematic. A lot of people have problem drawing hair because they're too busy trying to make it look cool. They don't actually understand what it does. Hair is very...
Says, did they ask how to draw boy hair?
Yes. The problem is what a lot of people mess up on, which I find funny when people say they have trouble drawing guy hair. And guy hairs are usually pretty small. Like, it's not all that far away. It doesn't, like... It's not as big or not as problematic as that as women's, because women's hair are usually long and mostly in anime. If we're talking about anime, per se. Not all the time, but most cases they are. So, I'll get into that in a second. Hold on, let me just get this real quick. His teeth. Let's see. There we go. Oh. There we go. Bam. There we go. Alright, so, wait. I don't know why. How you guys survive that whole thing? It's just... Okay, there we go. Whew, okay, teeth.
MIYARN. But I was drawing girls for 7 years with long hair.
The translation between hair and guy hair and girl hair shouldn't be that problematic. What kind of hair are you trying to draw? Is it just hair in general for boys, or is it a specific hair type or hair style? I always find that kind of odd. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Do this.
MIYARN. It's I like fluffy hair.
If you want to show me an example, send me my Instagram picture.
MIYARN. Where?
On Instagram. If you have Instagram, you can send me a picture or Instagram, or you can go to the Discord, either one. Join a Discord, link in bio. Should be there. It's at the bottom.
I don't have Instagram, hahaha.
I definitely think you have Discord, though. Most of you fucking kids have that shit for some odd reason. So you can use Discord instead. If not, then I don't know how to help you.
That reminded me. Could you show that guy's hair with the mohawk? I didn't quite see it.
With the mohawk? Mohawk? Oh, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Wait. Oh, that's Aaron.
MIYARN. Ah, but I can download InstaWait.
Okay. Hold on, Aaron. I mean, Aaron. Ari. Move this.
Says yeah that. Says no worries.
Cash out. Everyone on my side.
on Tinder to find a summer fling, but you accidentally found a fall, winter.
Hey, Ross.
Set it up.
MIYAREN. Cuando tenía foreinos recuerdo que estaba en un baño con mis padres y entonces una mucosidad verde pero verde empezó a salir de mi nariz.
Why? Why?
MIYAREN.
Why?
When I was 4 years old, I remember I was in a bathroom with my parents and then a green mucus started running out of my nose.
No, just
MIYAREN.
Why the fuck?
Sorry.
Oh, what's wrong with you kids? I don't know fucking.
MIYAREN. Ha hey ahead. MIYAREN. Meow.
What? Oh shit. What? Oh, okay.
They're coming straight to me. Trust me. I've got nothing.
Okay.
Says forgive my asking, but what does your shirt say?
Shirt. Something communications, why?
Says keep seeing reflections.
MIYAREN. There is another one. When I was 7
No,
years
stop.
old, I was with my
No.
mom running to my school while we were holding hands.
No,
and my mom
I don't
fall
care.
And fall
No.
too, and then I say, "Mom, I'm going to cry."
No.
Cries loudly.
Don't do that again. If you do that shit again, I am kicking you out of here. I did not ask to know about that. That is not my business to know that. Don't do that. The fact that you did it a second time, don't do that again.
M-I-Y-A-R-N. Why? M-I-Y-A-R-N.
Let's see here.
Says, did they really ask why she?
Okay, let me see. Am I missing anything? No, I don't think I'm missing anything, to be honest. Oh, wait. Okay, let's see here. And then it'll take a level of blue. And then put it...
M-I-Y-A-R-N. When I was 5 years old, I pee my pants in a mall center. Don't kick me out.
Says, oh my god.
They're gone. That was fucking stupid. I don't... They're stupid. Why? What is wrong with you kids? I said no, and you did it again. The fuck? Don't kick me out. Yes, I'm gonna kick you out. You're dumb. Fuck?
My 7-year-old son Daniel was shot to death in his first grade class.
Jesus Christ. Dumbass.
Says you literally warned them to.
Yes, the fuck? I said don't do it again. And you did it again. The fuck is wrong with you? Are you huffing paint? What the fuck's wrong with you? I don't give a shit if you like my art or you think it's cool. I don't give you the right. This is let that be known to all you that's in here. That is the very reason. That is the very reason why I put everything behind a paywall. This is why I don't trust y'all like that when you say I want to come up here and do X, Y, and Z. That's why. I'd rather you pay and be a dumbass and look like a dumbass paying than being up here for free and me looking like an idiot. That's exactly why I put a paywall behind things. It is what it is. So let that be a lesson to the majority of you. The reason why I don't just play a game with anyone on stream or just let anyone come up here on TikTok because y'all are insane and don't have nothing to live for or nothing to gain or anything to gain. So therefore, I have something to gain and lose at the same time. So what I need to do is make sure I'm safe in the situation so you guys can't say some insane shit. That's why. I'd rather you say something insane and pay and give me $5 than do it for free and then lose everything. The fuck? No. So let that be a warning to all of you. Let that be a perfect lesson. And I gave him a warning too. It's not like I just said nothing. And the idiot was stupid enough to do that. Jesus Christ. This proves to me that our society is going backwards.
Well, it is pretty stupid the random stuff they say instead of being respectful.
I said no, I don't want to hear that shit. That has nothing to do with me, and it sounds kind of personal. And very inappropriate to be saying anyway. Why the fuck are you bringing this up? I didn't ask anything to that extent. Or ask anything about you. You asked me something about drawing, that's one thing, fine. But if you're starting to bring up shit like that, I don't want to hear that shit. That's not my problem. That's your problem. I can understand if I ask, that's one thing. But it's another thing when you just come in here and saying stupid shit like that. No. Let that be a lesson to all of you. Actually, quite frank, I might just start putting the speak to text behind a paywall too. Might just get up to only to the subs alone. That just makes more sense anyway. I've been too nice to giving you guys that. I might actually just take that away.
half convinced it was a bot.
No, that was just an idiot. Because that person asks why. And I was talking about that army thing when I was saying about having kids and shit. That person was putting their 2 cents in whatever the hell I was talking about and agreeing with me. Then they just went off kilter saying stupid shit. I told them no. Dumbass. It's like, what the fuck? I said no, and you asked me why. Don't know why you asked me why. I said no. I don't need to give you no explanation. You run up in people's house and you start eating their food and they say no and you ask them why? The fuck? Are you suffering from something?
Says I just got back. What happened?
Some jackass came in here was starting saying some insane things. Saying insane things. Jesus Christ, must be a Hassan user.
Says my bad.
No, it's fine. Not on TikTok, it was on YouTube.
Says even when I can't watch your full live, I'll always give you at least 100 likes.
It's okay, that's fine. You don't have to, but I do appreciate it though. Thank you. Don't ban me. What the fuck? I mean, why not? The fact that you have to say that proves that you are bannable as fuck. You're a dumbass. What the hell?
Thank you for X 105 likes.
And what's sad, that was a chick. They said there was a female. They said they were a female. If you are a female as you claim, I would expect more restraint from the female compared to the male. I can understand why the male would do that because he's trying to meme. But when a woman does that, that's questionable as fuck. I don't know why the hell. I said no. The fuck? Like, I expect more out of the female to be more restrained when I say no, compared to the male, because male are just dumb sometimes. Some males are just really stupid. But like, and they like the meme, they'll throw their whole lives for a meme. I don't see women really doing that stupid shit. So the fact that I was a female makes it even more worse. I was expecting like a level of like maturity on that one. Fucking stupid. I just blame the TikTok. You know what I blame the most. I blame the Jack Dorseys and all these shit and these companies getting these dumb kids doing things.
I walked in my room and heard my phone talking.
And you just hear this thing muffling under the bed or something. What the fuck? Did I call someone? Oh shit, no, it's Jace. The fuck? I'm still on his live. That shit.
Says, oh wait, could you show the reference of the mohawk just for a sec?
Yeah, hold on. I think I got rid of that, but like, 1 second. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of have fun kicking people out of my stream sometimes. It's kind of fun. Especially when they say, don't ban me. That shit was funny.
Says if you did, it's alright.
I hope I didn't delete it, but I'll check in a second. 1 second, just trying to get this in. I know I shouldn't, but I know I shouldn't. Hold on. Okay. Don't ban me.
Says hi.
Hello, Jerry. How are you, Jerry? Welcome to the stream. Have you been in here, Jerry? I think you've been in here, Jerry. Unless it's the same Jerry I'm thinking of, I'm not totally sure. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck?
Says yep in the same Jerry.
Okay. Jerry, what's up, bro? How's life going, my dude? Come on, like this, and then what you'll do is turn that down. Oh, I think we put on a glow dodge. I think, and then you take this and you delete this. You know what's funny? That person might come back. Those types always come back. They always come back.
Says it's doing good.
That's good. That's good to hear. I hope you're having a good day and keeping safe.
Says they either come back or stay away.
Or they change a different name to come back. I don't know how and what's the goal in that. So like I don't see the goal. Go to Metaton, yay. Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo.
Says just to annoy the person, I guess.
I get that, but like it's just so much work. I'd rather take a piss before I go do that. Come on, darling, let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, darling, let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, darling, let's change the experience. I'm not liking that.
Says at a known user for 5 squared.
Okay. Sorry, I literally just blanked out for like a split second. I was not thinking. I'm so sorry. I was in a different world. I was literally not thinking. I was in a different world just now. I don't know what the fuck. feel how it feels. I think we're in a good place. Okay. I gotta do one thing. Wow, we went from literally Stranger Things to like.
Thank you, Lemuria, for X99 likes.
Says dang, I have not talked in a while.
We can all sing along.
Thank you, Darian, on pause for X199 likes.
Yo ho, yo ho ho. Oh, yo ho ho.
Says Lawman looks so good.
It looks alright. It could be better, but still working on skin. Rocking on the crew. Guide. Ocean fine. The wide. Why?
Says alright. What do you mean it's so good?
Huh? Alright, what do you mean it's so good? What do you mean? Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Up and down the brew, and the feet that brings us brew. Take the time, the pie, read the pain, and the pie, with the all the thing, the thing, the film, the thing, the daily wine. Let the brew, and the thing that brings us brew. Sing the song, and all the ocean wide. And then it's done. And then it's done. The done. The done. The done. The done. The dust. And then the done. The done. Ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. He's not yelling. That's just how he is. Yo ho, yo ho ho.
Down to a quartet. Trio.
Sizzle okay.
The duet.
That's the name of the. They're now doing the backstreets. Oh, okay.
Solo. It isn't right. We would just be accompaniment.
Want to join my crew? All I ask is that you love music. Let's hear it for the Rumbar Pirates,
Oops.
the crew that brings a smile to every child. Lagoon, once we travel the world, we're coming right back here. You just wait for us.
What I don't understand is how are you.
Guys, I think I'm done with isekai. At this point, I've seen it all.
What's up everyone, it's Endymion. I went to sleep thinking I could rest, and then I woke up to a massive amount of nonsense all spewing out from every angle. So naturally, we're going to now talk about all of it. We have some more insider information regarding South of Midnight's development studio Compulsion
Raiga
Games,
Samurai.
and how the sweet baby
Yo.
grift is destroying them even further. We also have an out of
Darth Goricorn. It's amazing how insane the world has gotten.
touch delusional podcast attempting to say that Gamergate 2 is already over and that the players have lost. And we have
Raiga
pros, sweet baby
Samurai.
weirdos attacking a
Teach
fellow
you're
member
muted.
of the community.
Oh,
and
sorry
wishing
about that.
fun upon his
Oh my
family.
god, I have to do this over again. Oh, let me do this real quick. Okay, guys, this is Endymion. I gotta do this part of the video, sorry. This is Endymion. He's going through something called the Black Girls Gamers. Are you into live? Yes, I stream to every platform at once. I don't stream just to one. So this is Endymion. He's in a situation where it says Black Girl Gamers forces Endymion to bend the knee. Plus, Sweet Baby Otaku says Gamergate 2 failed. Well, we'll figure out what that is and see where that goes. And just to let you know, Bri, just in case, I already said this, but if in case, I'm gonna wait from now on when I do the reactions, you come in first and then do the reactions, because I know it probably sucks for you to come in and then we're not halfway in, but just started without you. So for now on, whenever we start the reactions, I'll wait for you to be on so you can get the whole enchilada and not be like you have to rush over there. No, like good stuff, because I know that's probably annoying.
What's up, everyone? It's Endymion. I went to sleep thinking I could rest, and then I woke up to a massive amount of nonsense all spewing out from every angle. So naturally, we're going to now talk about all of it.
Okay, cool.
We have some more insider information regarding South of Midnight's development studio Compulsion Games, and how the Sweet Baby grift is destroying them even further. We also have an out-of-touch delusional podcast attempting to say that Gamergate 2 is already over and that the players have lost. And we have pro Sweet Baby weirdos attacking a fellow member of the community and wishing harm upon his family for speaking the truth. And Gothics TV responds to Black Girl Gamers. It's a lot. So, to begin, let's look at Compulsion Games. In case you don't know, they're currently working
Hold on.
on a game called South of Midnight, which yet again only has this one trailer available as of the making of this video when it comes to what the game is going to look like. It's being made in Montreal, Canada, which is one of the biggest liberal-minded infestation zones within the entirety of Canada. I was born in Ontario myself, and the stink of Quebec can be felt pretty much all the time while living there. Anyway, if you didn't know, Sweet Baby Inc. operates from within Montreal as well, and they are working on Compulsion Games' new Misfire 2. There was already a lot of things that leaked regarding that game's development, such as the main character being swapped from a white woman to a black woman, and an ex-developer even giving Grums, who interviewed this person, an actual in-game model of the previous version of the main character, which you can see here, and yeah, she's very clearly a white female character. And of course, this is the main character now, and that same dev said once SBI was involved, the game's entire story and vision was hijacked by Kim Belair, the co-founder of SBI, and transformed to fit her vision. Now Grums has even more revealed to him by these ex-devs from Compulsion, and the picture is painting a similar story to something like Suicide Squad. According to Grums, around 10% of the original team at Compulsion Games remains working there. In case you didn't know, Compulsion also made We Happy Few, which was a game that released to mixed results but did well enough financially. According to this dev, who is obviously anonymous for protection reasons, the entire studio was totally fine until Kim Belair of Sweet Baby became involved, and upon her
this woman
changing everything without any input from the
this
actual
woman
dev
right
team
here,
besides the higher ups,
she has
this
been nothing but a
resulted in
callous,
the previous
yo.
We Happy Few dev team to feel disillusioned with the entire project. And the studio politics, of course,
Did I ever?
worsened
No,
greatly
never
as
did.
wrong think versus right think became the norm at Compulsion. So they lost basically 90% of their staff following the crippling involvement of Sweet Baby Inc. It gets worse though, since that was only the beginning. Non-qualified staff members were also promoted to lead management positions.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They let they put non-qualified this is what who was it? It was the Synthetic Man said this. He said they get a bunch of DEI DEI hires who is not supposed to be there or not supposed to be qualified to be doing what they're doing, and this is what happens. What the hell?
As this dev said, which echoes what the previous dev said a few videos back when I reported on this, they both agree that the people who are promoted at Compulsion and who's in leadership positions over there right now have absolutely no idea how to make video games whatsoever.
Damn!
At the bare minimum, they are junior level talent being given senior level power, which is clearly a recipe for disaster.
What is happening?
Ever worked in a grocery store or retail or pretty much anywhere, and someone you know should.
And this is why we screen anyone that wants to be involved with our project.
Wait, hold on. And this is why This is why we screen everyone that. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Apple can ruin the whole harvest.
Yes, thank you. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what me and Darth was agreeing upon back when I was playing Genshin, when we was talking to Doug, and Doug was against the idea of Doug was, I wouldn't say arguing, but he had a opposition. His argument, he wasn't arguing, but his argument was that he doesn't like Elon Musk because he made a comment that people should come to work instead of work from home. And I said that makes total sense. Why? Because most people are fucking lazy, right? Or they'll use their position to get around situations where they don't have to work, or make excuses why they didn't work, or X, Y, and Z. You'd be surprised how much these people will use that power or that position of power not to do work. Look at what they was doing in Twitter before Elon Musk bought it. Most of those people was not even doing their job. Most of them was just fucking around. They was not doing nothing. Some of them was getting paid for doing absolutely nothing. No coding, no nothing. They will come into work, clock in for like an hour or two, and leave and still get paid. It was crazy, bro. There's no vetting system. This is what I said the same thing about Christians too. I don't mean to get religious, but like this is why I said this is why Christians are not being taken seriously at all. Because if you look at every other race, every other religion, every religion has a form of vetting system to see if you are about that life or are willing to either convert or you are, say, what you are. Every other religion other than Christianity just accepts anyone. And this is why Christians are not taken seriously at all. You take a Muslim more seriously what they say compared to a Christian. It is what it is. And even if the Muslim's being hypocritical, you still won't go as hard at him as that of the Christian. Because you know the Christian won't do shit to you compared to the Muslim. They will put hands on you real fast. It is what it is. They need a vetting system. You can't just let anyone in. This is why gatekeeping is needed. Because if you don't have it, you let someone in who don't care about the hobby, don't care about the rules, and just fuck it up for everyone. And then it's not even the thing it was eventually. And everyone leaves and wondering, why is everything going so wrong? Why is no one the same people around? Because maybe you let certain people in who have crazy ideologies in, and then things go left and you're wondering why. Why is things going wrong? Why is no one watching our Disney movies? Why is no one into our video games? Why is no one buying our movie? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's not rocket science. If you come into McDonald's and bought a burger and I give you a pie, that's not even on the frickin' menu. It's like some foreign pie. You're gonna be pissed because you only paid for the burger you wanted. You didn't get the burger you wanted, and whenever you question it, you the problem. It's like that South Park joke where I think it was it Kenny? It wasn't Kenny. It was Stan. I think Stan was pointing out that the diversity people that's in this room isn't the friends that he was hanging out with. And then once he pointed the obvious thing in the room, that's when the coach principal person said, maybe you're the problem. I don't see no problem with this. Just because they're X, Y, and Z doesn't mean they're a problem. Like, so we're just gonna ignore that the sky is green when it was obviously blue. Because it offends some idiot? Are you crazy? You know what I'm saying? This is madness. It's madness.
Have been promoted, ends up getting the job because they're buddy with the management, and they suddenly become power hungry and the entire workplace's atmosphere starts feeling like hell. We all know that feeling. Well, think of that, but within a game studio. And if you talk back, you not only lose your job, but you're blacklisted from the entire industry for wrongthink. That's what we're dealing with here. And now multiply those incompetent people who should not be in positions of power by the hundreds across many Western studios.
That's crazy.
And you can easily realize just how horrific this situation is across the entire industry. Anyway, there's more, so let's keep going. Weirdly enough, most of the dev studio is actually white people based in Montreal, yet they're making a game based on Southern Black stories and concepts.
Why?
And according to this dev, many of the people working on South of Midnight feel uncomfortable creating a game based on the Deep South of America, because they genuinely have little to no idea how to properly convey what that world and tone should be like. Of course,
because they're too scared to.
Consultants were brought on board in order to give a more authentic perspective. And I want to stop there for a second because this is not the first time this has happened. What I've been noticing is that when SBI seems to get involved with projects, it's always after an initial problem is created within development that almost unanimously seems to exist once someone at SBI becomes connected to the company. So you have a game that's not
it's like a virus
with the bayous and
bro, it's like a virus.
All of that. It originally had a white protagonist and was likely a completely different game prior to SBI being involved. It is then transformed into something else entirely, which is what it is now. And then the direction and vision are completely different than what most of these devs signed up for, given the fact that allegedly 90% of them left amidst development. The studio is then left with a game with a setting nobody understands or feels comfortable with. And then of course consultants from SBI are brought on to solve said issue. To me anyway, it feels like what SBI is doing is they are basically latching themselves onto projects like the Venom symbiote and then creating problems and smaller issues that cannot...
SBI, you know what? These consultants are just like Jesse Jackson. They're just like Jesse Jackson. You need...
They lost 90% of people.
No
wonder the game's a mess.
Yes, but like, this is what happens. This is what happens. This is why it's like Jesse Jackson. He needs the idea of racism to exist for him to have a job, right? So they have to create a problem. It's like that episode. If you guys remember growing up watching, hey, Anime Woodsy, it's that time when you watch like, if everyone remembers Powerpuff Girls. Remember that episode where it was that superhero that was coming into Townsville? Was it Townsville? I think it was called Townsville, and he was destroying the place. I mean, he was saving the day before the girls got there, and it found out in the episode that he was the one causing and paying the monsters to destroy the Townsville. He paid off most of the villains, so he has to have. So he'll get the accolades of being a hero. So what he did is he literally caused the problem and then comes in and saves it, to come off and get the accolades that people need him. And they don't need the Powerpuff Girls. That's literally what this is.
Not be solved by the current staff on any given project. And then they're offering their services to help fix the problems and issues they created by attaching themselves to these projects. You
see what I'm saying?
It's almost like a doctor walking up to you and then just breaking your arm and
then say, "I'll save you."
Oh, hey, I can help you fix
yes!
your arm so it heals.
Oh my god!
It's really bizarre, but likely a weirdly effective way of creating issues within any given industry in order to, for lack of a better word, grift your way into solving those issues and then making money. It's pretty evident based on what I'm reading here that Compulsion Games would not have had any of these issues if SBI's Kim Belair was never involved
in the first place. Yes.
There wouldn't be need for consultations or sensitivity readings because the game prior to their involvement was perfectly fine. I mean, the whole 90% of your studio leaving is a pretty good example of why this is clearly a very bad move on their part. Not to mention that their community manager, who goes by Pika Cholita on Twitter, has openly stated that she hates white and Asian people with a passion.
Oh my god.
She's defended by her racist cohorts in return. And if you take a look at Compulsion's Twitter page, which is operated by this racist community manager, they barely even talk about their games at all. Their page is just retweet after retweet of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across multiple industries, and that's it. So ultimately, what we have here in this update is that Compulsion Games is being ransacked and controlled by racist individuals who hate white and Asian people. Which is weird, given that Compulsion's devs are mostly white people themselves. And all senior or leadership positions are held by people who have no business being in those positions of power to begin with. If I had to guess, anyone promoted following the mass exodus of devs are likely just individuals who are being played strategically because they agree with the ideological pushes of the higher-ups. This game is basically...
I'm telling you, this is a cult. This is a cult. I'm telling you, this is a cult. This is not a save a day type thing. This is not good intentions going left. This is a cult. It has to be. They all follow the same playbook. They all fall in the same situation. This has to be a cult somehow. It can't be just a few people and this is the same thing. It can't.
Shocked if Compulsion Games even survives or exists following its release. But according to other weirdos, it's not SBI's fault that these things are happening, even though devs are clearly speaking out in secret to reveal what's happening behind the scenes. And I don't know about you, but who would I believe? These terrified devs who were in the trenches or the figureheads saying everything is fine while keeping their boots on their necks? Speaking of crazy people, remember Alyssa Mercanti? She's one of the only writers left at the currently dying Kotaku, which has been forced by their owners to forego writing news in favor of making game guides, which caused their writers to revolt. Because they would have to actually play video games and document them instead of virtue signaling 24/7 on the site instead. Anyway, Alyssa has been on this podcast, which nobody knew about, and has only become relevant based on what they're saying here. Also, don't harass anybody, even though they harass us all the time. We gotta be better than them. But anyway, it's called Spawn on Me. I wouldn't watch it personally on my own time. They seem to just be a podcast where they're an echo chamber that attempts to say the gaming industry is fine, and we're just crazy for noticing all the bad things going on, and we should champion concepts like DEI.
You know it's not a simple few when a bunch of people are saying the same thing. When you get a bunch of people saying very similar or same things all the time, that tells you something.
Any given turn. Whatever. Anyway, Mercanti was on there, and along with the podcast owner Khalif Adams, who again, I never heard of until last night, attempted to paint the picture that Gamergate 2 is now over, and it has failed according to them. Which is a hell of a thing to state given how the movement surrounding it keeps growing with every day. It's more so these people want it to end so that they can go back to grifting companies for their money by solving problems they created to begin with. But now that Gamergate 2 is far more organized than before and has many people leading the charge like yours truly, Grums, and others, they obviously hate it. So let's hear what Alyssa Mercanti had to say, which is delusional, but we have to respect people even if they are crazy. So here's what they said.
Hoping that will enact change. That is not what's going on here. And your perceived,
I
don't like this game story.
Oh my god, this terrible woman. She's terrible. She is a terrible individual.
And this felt rushed, and Suicide Squad was a fucking mess, and da-da-da-da. That's not because of Sweet Baby.
Oh, for real?
It's not because of a woman of color who wrote something. It's not because of any of that. So I think that we are at the reason why this is happening, and it's happening the way that it is like I said earlier, a perfect storm of shit. You have an online group of people that are moving in ways that they should not be able to move.
How do you know that?
Unfettered by any sort of adult in the room, because the adult in the room sleeps in a fucking race car bed.
Oh my god.
And like,
there's a lot to unpack there, and of course it's wrong on pretty much every level, so let's just go from the beginning. Mercanti claims games like Suicide Squad are not being poorly received because of Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement, yet she also doesn't give any other reason as to why that poor reception exists. So the game just performed poorly critically and commercially because of no reason whatsoever in her eyes. And people are just mad at the game because a person of color was involved in writing it.
No, that's a big lie. Big lie. She's lying. Boo! Tomato, tomato, tomato.
Article about Gamergate 2 and refused to admit why it started in the first place. So it shouldn't surprise anyone that she has a tendency to omit critical information when it comes to explaining why things are the way they are. I do want to point out that it is interesting how every single game that has performed poorly in the last few years, like Suicide Squad, or even games that have performed poorly in reception like a Spider-Man 2 with fans, have all had Sweet Baby attached to them. Yet if we look at their previous games when SBI didn't exist yet, the reception to those games like Batman Arkham Knight or Spider-Man 2018 were nothing but glowing receptions pretty much. Don't you find it weird how many of these franchises, whether it's the Arkhamverse, Spider-Man, God of War, Alan Wake, or the whole South of Midnight Compulsions thing, they all have the same group attached to them, which inadvertently leads to lower qualities of content.
I said this. This is what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if Sweet Baby Inc. rebrands and renames. These people cannot help themselves. They can't be covert about it anymore. They can't do it. They can't do it. They cannot do it. They cannot be covert about it anymore because we're now wide open and we're very vigilant on what they're doing now. They can't introduce things that they would before because we're all very much aware. And because we're aware, it pisses them off. And it's starting to grow every day because they put themselves in a very weird position. Because this is how it works. If they don't acknowledge it, then they get irritated. No, if they don't acknowledge the problem, it eventually grows. If they acknowledge the problem, it festers and grows faster. You see what I'm saying? Like, if Sweet Baby Inc. ignored the dude who started the Curator, none of this won't be happening and they'll still be making games. But people still hate them, right? Slowly. But because they focused on the Curator, you just made the wound bigger, fester, infest, and it got even bigger and faster on you now. You just made the zombie virus more faster on you. You see how this works? When something's unnatural,
Samurai. Yep, they have to let themselves be
known. They can't help it. When something's unnatural and foreign, it tends to it ruptures eventually, right? It's like a perfect example. I know I don't really mean to use this as a example for those who don't know, but if you watch Full Metal Alchemist, I think on both versions of the show, Alphonse, the one that becomes the giant armor, his armor eventually starts giving out on him because it's a foreign object that's connected to another object that shouldn't be, right? When something's foreign, it tends to cause problems. It is what it is. It's like if a woman want to get breast implants, they can't be permanent forever. They only last for a certain amount of years, and then they get a new one. Something foreign is not supposed to be there. When you force foreign ideas, you're going to get foreign results. It is what it is. But they don't think that far. They think if they force it in, it'll eventually work and people will accept it for what it is. No, they're just quiet about it because you put something in their mouth. But once they get a chance to break through those chains, they will put the paws on you. It is what it is. This is a me against them type thing, but we have more numbers than they do. And that pisses them off. And quite frankly, their numbers are dwindling and eating each other at the same time. Because most of those people who are on their side don't even like them themselves. They don't even like each other. They're just surviving one another. Till something pops off, then they're not on the same team.
Ryaga Samurai. Trying to squeeze the square
into a triangle hole. Thank you. Literally what that is, right? Like, perfect example. I think he's gonna probably mention it. Or it was like a video or two ago. That we did of with Endymion, or I think it was someone else, where there was a Sweet Baby Inc. employee. Because she was getting sick of the shit that was happening with Sweet Inc., she came out and told the truth. As soon as she said anything against them that was true, they went after her completely. Fired her, went after her. Now she's on turret against them now. No, it wasn't Sweet Baby. It was one of the black girl gamers. There you go. My God, I said the wrong one. It was a black girl gamer who was not liking what was going on at the place. And when she spoke out and said, "You know what? This is kind of dumb what we're doing." You know, being very hateful towards other groups of people just because. Once she said that, it went left. They're eating each other at this point. Thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter, because they can't hide behind Twitter like that no more. They can't get away on beyond Twitter anymore. They just can't, because people are now aware and awake to this shit.
Year, no Sweet Baby involved. Then Ragnarok has Sweet Baby, and it doesn't win Game of the Year. Spider-Man 2018, a resounding success in all regards. Spider-Man 2 reviews well, sure, but apparently it didn't make enough money and it led to layoffs at Insomniac, which nobody at that company saw coming. Alan Wake 2 hasn't recouped its costs yet and hasn't turned a profit. Suicide Squad is pretty much dead, and its Joker season didn't save it, so now it's beyond dead at this point. It's at Solomon Grundy levels of life and death now, and South of Midnight is being held hostage by insane people and the staff is leaving in droves. Actually, what's happening at Compulsion is pretty much exactly what happened with Rocksteady. You had a company with people who were passionate and they knew what they were doing. They made games that sold well and all that, and then SBI gets attached, and then senior devs who know how to make games, they end up just leaving. I mean, Rocksteady's founders left amid Suicide Squad. That is not a coincidence, dude. Why would the guys who founded a company that was leading the action third-person genre of superhero games just leave all of a sudden? Sure, you could say burnout, but these guys were in positions that were obviously insanely lucrative. I mean, they made the Batman Arkham games, for God's sakes. You know how bad things need to get for them to want to leave their golden cash cow of a studio? That doesn't just happen out of nowhere.
No.
Suicide Squad had 9 years of development time somehow. That's almost equivalent to the entire Batman Arkham trilogy combined in costs and time spent.
Damn.
I'm really going to act like that isn't crazy, and probably paints the picture that the studio was obviously in development hell. And I bet Sweet Baby didn't do anything to alleviate
Thank
the
you for the
problems,
follow.
but only added to them. And of course, they gave options on how to solve problems they created yet again, like how they're doing with Compulsion Games right now. These people think you're stupid, dude. Seriously. None of this just happens out of thin air. They're lying to you. And that other part where Alyssa Mercanti says this is simply a perfect storm of nonsense, and that it's being caused by an online group which she... She means you and me, by the way, that are being able to move in a way that we shouldn't be able to move.
Wow, that's that's a very
interesting.
interesting. I didn't even think of that.
Literally says
I didn't even hear that part.
You have an online group of people that are moving in ways that they should not be able to move.
What she means here is that she's angry that you can't be controlled anymore. And what these journalists, and I use that word very lightly because these people are about as much journalists as they are paid clowns in a circus, but these journalists don't like that they are losing relevancy and control over the masses. Go back 10 years in the DeLorean and these people had ultimate control over the masses with their work.
He's right.
They could hype up any game
Clips to your
issue and
paint.
people would celebrate and bow down in droves because they didn't know
Clips
any
to your
better.
paint.
They could push any narrative or concept and it was fine, but these days with a far more informed consumer base, their practices are clearly no longer working for good reason. They have completely lost the audience, and the trust between the players and these journalists have been fractured like the goddamn Elden Ring itself at this point. And these journalists are attempting to pick up whatever pieces they can of what power they once held, but that's not working anymore. The age of wokeness is dying, and these people are panicking because they know their power is failing and for good reason. There's no conceivable way that Kotaku returns to its former glory or any of these game studios like Rocksteady or Compulsion. The best way to describe these things is that each of these studios or websites are a single tree in a massive forest. And once the termites or woke ideology gets a hold of one of these studios or trees,
It's
they
over.
will infest it. And they will devour it for all its nutrients at a rapid pace across the board until eventually the tree is hollowed out, its resources depleted,
And then move to the next
and
one.
it can no longer sustain the termites. And then what do those termites do?
They leave.
They reject the hollowed once beautiful tree and then they move on to the next one, where they continue the same process again and again and again until eventually the once beautiful forest is nothing but a graveyard of dead leaves and brittle bark and nothing but destruction is left. And really the only way to stop the infestation is to not try to save the tree because it's impossible. The tree or studio is screwed at this point. The rot is too deep, the bite marks of the woke termites too aplenty that there's no way to keep up with the damage that they're causing. So you have to do the only logical thing you can do, which is to burn the tree down, purge it of impurity with the flames. It will be painful for the tree and it will reduce its form to nothing but cinders, but eventually in time a new tree will be born in its place, and hopefully with proper care that tree or studio can become something great once more. There's no saving Rocksteady, Insomniac, Compulsion, or any of these other studios. They have all become intrinsically rotted from the inside out by the sweet baby termites. There's no way current Rocksteady could ever make another Batman Arkham game of the same quality as previous ones.
He's right.
So at this point, you have to just let it die, burn to ashes, and hope whatever studio ends up taking its place is not filled with the same brain-rotted termite activists that were there before. And if that next tree also gets infested, well, you just burn it down too. And you just keep burning it down and letting it grow until eventually it's strong and healthy again. And that's what's happening with the game industry. It's a massive forest that's covered in all sorts of parasites and damages. And realistically, we can't really save what's here, but simply preserve what we can and then burn the rest down. Maybe Insomniac can turn it around at least. I mean, they are clearly capable of making games that run well and play well at the bare minimum. And Insomniac's issues seem to mostly be their story, characters, and underlying messages, which is all tied to SBI. But will they change it? I doubt it, since the narrative director Mary Kenny a month ago defended Sweet Baby and said that she loves them. And Mary Kenny is working on Wolverine, so it's safe to say that the game will be SBI infused as well, which is really unfortunate. And I would wager the same for the inevitable Venom game and their leaked X-Men game as well. Of course, Spawn on Me decided to also say the only reason why Stellar Blade is popular is because conservatives are down bad. So here, listen.
The bastion of conservative gaming, the bastion of keeping the wokes mad is Stellar Blade right now. Stellar Blade is the game of the year because there's a shiny titty and a almost a medium ass. It's not even a
This man, you are such a bitch.
Great ass. It's a medium ass. It's not even that big.
It is a medium ass.
I love how anyone who likes anything these people don't agree with is somehow right-wing immediately, and therefore they are the devil in their eyes.
Yep.
That's not how that works. Not to mention what Spawn on Me is saying here is that anyone who buys Stellar Blade is now problematic in some way. It's Hogwarts Legacy all over again. They're going to Streisand affect Stellar Blade the same way they did Hogwarts into the stratosphere for sales. And they will just prove yet again that these woke lunatics are completely out of touch when it comes to what the actual players want anymore. They want you to enjoy gender-ambiguous bodied characters and diversity-hired games like South of Midnight. But instead, players are forking over cash like crazy to pre-order Stellar Blade in every language available across the world. Seriously, here's an image compiling all the different storefronts for PlayStation from Japanese, English, and so on. All of them, unanimously, have Stellar Blade as their #1 most pre-ordered game. I'm telling you fellas, this game is going to sell over 1 million in 24 hours easily, and this will become the Hogwarts Legacy of 2024.
It will.
It probably won't sell 23 million copies like Hogwarts did, again, because Stellar Blade is only on PS5, where Legacy was on multiple things. But even then, I would not put it past this game to sell crazy amounts in its opening week or month even. I think it's safe to say Shift Up and Sony have a new franchise on their hands, and these woke weirdos can run damage control all they want. None of it is going to do anything but blow the game up even more. And prove yet again, like always, that when you make a game that respects the player's time and money, you get rewarded in return. And if you remove any real-world politics from the equation, players will show up. Imagine that. With something like a Stellar Blade, Hogwarts, and so on, these games represent the opposite of what these people want. They don't want you to be able to escape the real world into a video game. They want their politics and ideologies to shape and attack you constantly forever. In a metaphorical way, Stellar Blade is this big, beautiful tree with really nice assets, and these termites are eyeing it and wanting to eat it and hollow it out like the others. But the players are swinging torches and burning the rot around it to protect it, and these people hate that dude. They hate it so much. The only way these terrible journalists have any power over Stellar Blade will be in their reviews, where they will deliberately docket points in order to dissuade as many people possible into not buying it. But I guarantee you that the user score will likely be far higher than its Metacritic. I wouldn't be surprised if your typical websites will give Stellar Blade lower scores.
Listen, this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. As soon as these people make their so-called review, everyone's just gonna review bond them back on their website, and they're gonna lose money. It is what it is. And then their website will be down, and they'll be out of a job. So it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. Let's call it for what it is. And if what's his name? I forgot his name, Kevin something, from the Spike TV Awards. If he does this shit again, best believe he's gonna hear a good mouthful from gamers again. Watch. Because of, like, okay, one thing that was kind of expected for Hogwarts to be part of the Game Awards, and it wasn't even slightly mentioned at all. Gamers was pissed. I'm pretty sure they were. And then the fact that Spider-Man didn't get a single, I don't think they got a single award. Not one. Not one. I don't think they got one, if I remember right. You can tell me if I'm wrong. But if so, a lot of people was not happy about that. So, Welcome just doesn't work.
But they did it with Days Gone, and they tried to do it with Hogwarts Legacy as well, and they'll do it here too. Hopefully, Sony aren't morons and just support Stellar Blade's devs unconditionally and just give them money to make some banger content. After all, they did bend the knee when it came to Days Gone because journos didn't like how the main character was too white, and then Sony cancelled a sequel. Even though Days Gone has sold well over 7 million copies at this point. A complete moronic move on Sony's part, by the way. Make a Days Gone 2 already. Also, give me a PS5 remaster of the original game so I have a reason to platinum it again. Thank you. Next, I want to speak on the natural disaster happening in Taiwan right now. There was an earthquake, and friend of the channel, Grums, he has family there. It's okay, his family is fine, and they were unharmed by the earthquake, of course. This didn't stop people who are anti-Gamergate to land some low blows anyway. Grum shared some people who said some vile things, which I'll put on screen here, but I gotta censor some of it for obvious reasons. But these people are actually trying to use a natural disaster to dunk on a man because they don't agree with him when it comes to video games.
Wow.
If that doesn't tell you the absolute state...
That is terrible. That is bad. That is just terrible, bro.
Of where we're at right now, I don't know what else will. These people are delusional and hateful, and they saw an opportunity and they took it. It's just shame on all of you for using something like an earthquake of all things to dunk on someone when it comes to Twitter likes. These people are pathetic, but that's nothing new. And finally, speaking of pathetic stuff, we have the whole Black Girl Gamers thing. Gothix, who I was recently on with, a special guest when we were chatting at Geeks and Gamers, finally responded to Black Girl Gamers, who released over 30 plus tweets attempting to paint a picture saying that Gothix was a toxic one, yet none of the tweets or evidence they showed proved anything. I figured I'd show you a small part of her response, so here you go.
Gothix blocked us and never responded to our messages requesting the names of the individuals.
These people went after Grums after the whole, like, you know, what do you call it? Earthquake. They thought this was a great opportunity to say, haha. Are you serious? Like, what? How's that a win? You're just evil. That's just evil to do.
Involved, it prevented Black Girl Gamers from launching a formal investigation into her allegations. And here is the part 2, my friends, because one part just wasn't enough. So we're going to address this, and then we're going to take a look at the part 2. So this is what I'll say about this. Black Girl Gamers is claiming that because I supposedly blocked them on Twitter, they were unable to launch a formal investigation into who was harassing me. And yet, they seem to have compiled an extensive list of screenshots and statements that I've said throughout the years. So you can investigate something that one person said, but you're apparently blind to thousands of members from your community that you run. You're just blind to it. Can't see it. Oh, she blocked me, so I can't investigate it. So now let's look into this claim that I blocked them. Okay, I'm going to show you guys something. So here's the first thing that I want you guys to pay attention to. The screenshots that they showed you guys from our Twitter DMs implies that I blocked them. And because I blocked them, they were unable to follow up. So this is a burner account that I have. This is just me. And I blocked myself. All right. This account doesn't have me blocked. I'm going to show you right now. Okay. Unblock. All right. See, it doesn't have me blocked. So I'm going to block it again. Block. Okay. And now I'm going to go into my DMs and I'm going to show you what it says. So here's a tweet that I sent to myself, right? You can no longer send messages to this person. So in other words, BGG blocked me. And even though they did that, it still appears as though I'm preventing them from reaching out. No, you have me blocked. Okay. Actually, you have me blocked.
As you can see, Gothix proves that it wasn't her that blocked and severed any connection with BGG, but it was actually the other way around this entire time. They silenced her, and in her video, which I'll link in the pinned comment so you can watch it, she says that BGG actually pushed her to attempt self-deletion as well.
Whoa.
She also shows in the DMs within her video that BGG actually attempted to use their influence to silence Gothix and sever her from any creator or resource they were connected to in order to ruin her in every conceivable way. Of course, you may have seen Valiant Renegade's stream where he revealed the cease and desist form from Black Girl Gamers, which states in the document that they want all content referring to them to be deleted and removed from all digital fronts by April 5th, which by the time this video goes live, that'll be the next day pretty much. And if not, they will escalate apparently, so I guess we'll see what happens. But this cease and desist does claim that it wants all content gone. So anything that I make, or Yellow Flash, Geeks and Gamers, Gothix, whoever, we are all implicit on this apparently. Of course, this will likely be laughed out of court, but it is interesting that BGG is attempting to use fear and intimidation to silence not only Gothix or that
That's not gonna work,
but anyone associated with them, like myself for example. They will not silence me, fellas, because you can't sue someone for talking about you. If this were true, then every single magazine, website, and every video
should be
pretty much
sued.
that talks about any sort of news or controversy would have to be deleted as well. You can't stop people from speaking to one another, but this is the future that these sorts of individuals want. They demand you shut up, submit, and bend every single joint in your body to their every whim. They hate us and they want us gone or even dead would be preferable to them. But this community is too strong, fellas. I consider what I have here to be synonymous with other groups like Geeks and Gamers, Critical Drinkers, and the rest of them. It's all one big community, and we got each other's back no matter what these psychos say or do. So they can attempt to attack Grums' family during a natural disaster, or silence Gothix, or sue that park place. None of it will work. They can't put this genie back in the bottle, and we're going to keep exposing and pushing until we see the change that you deserve. You are not racist, you are not problematic, and you are not hateful. No matter what they want to say or label it as, this is a collective movement from the players of video games and entertainment abroad saying that enough is finally enough. And we will burn as many trees in the forest to save the rest as we have to, not because we want to, but because that's what needs to happen. As always, thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, and share the video as well. If you're watching this when it comes out, I'll be on Yellow Flash's stream this Saturday. And I've also done other places recently too, like Side Scrollers, Geeks and Gamers, and Open Bar recently. I'm tired, but it's all very rewarding, so thank you so much for your support, really. Thank you to my patrons as always. I also now have a Discord for Patreon members as well, where we can all chat, and just thank you for being here. So please take care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one.
Now is the time to take your place among the worthy.
Okay, so that was indeed beyond on the whole Black Girls Gamer thing and you know, Sweet Baby Ink. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, go to him and all that great stuff. I hope you guys enjoy that and all that great stuff. Now we're going to the next video. Alright, so this video, let me see, what is this? Nothing. Okay. So this video is Disney de-wokes. So Disney is thinking of not doing the woke shit anymore, but I don't know if it's too late for that now, but we'll see. So this is from the mom and pop YouTube channel, Clownfish TV. So let's go.
What do microwaves, penicillin, light beer, and 5...
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about Disney. We're going to give you another daily dose of dismal Disney.
Bob Iger just keeps the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, he keeps stepping in it. Yeah, Bob Iger's making the rounds now. He's gloating. We got this article from the Hollywood Reporter. Bob Iger on woke Disney criticism. A lot of people don't even understand what that really means.
We have that article. We have also Bob Iger's insisting that he wasn't putting himself at the forefront of, he was defending the company for the proxy battle, which is another load of horse manure.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We will talk about how they're trying to run defense now, because it was very curious. We mentioned this in our video yesterday that most of the shareholder calls weren't really about the company itself so much as it was the company getting involved in politics. That's a very different tone from what shareholders had before.
And I want to mention, too, I don't think we did put it in the video yesterday, but I went back and looked. Bob Iger was saying about, when we heard about Epic Universe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Did I say it in the video? I don't think I did. I don't remember. We talk a lot of things. And I just thought it was funny because I was like, but when you look at the dates these things were greenlit, like when Pandora was greenlit and these different places, it's 2024 minus 10's 2014, and these were all before 2014. Toy Story Land, all of it was greenlit before 2014. So
yeah.
No. And no one believes that. Everybody's mocking him for that because they all think it's a load of crap. But anyway.
So let's talk about Bob Iger's load of crap. And another load of crap is their stock price today.
Yeah, it's going down again.
It's still going down. We'll talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, you get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Now, Disney's stock price started dropping almost immediately after the vote yesterday.
Oh, it was pretty much. It was starting to drop, honestly, before the shareholder calls started. But as soon as they said for sure it was going to go, it just...
You could see the night before because apparently it was leaked that Disney probably had it.
Yeah. Then as soon as they said that, it started to go down.
Yeah. And so, shareholders know there's not going to be any change at Disney anytime soon. It's more of the same. We're going to talk about that in another video that immediately they started making movie announcements. They're just like, yep, it's the exact same thing you would have expected.
I think they're going to start announcing projects that are going to take years to develop. We were talking about that today. Like after the call yesterday and the stock started going down, all of a sudden today, Disney shows their animatronics for Tiana's Bio Adventure. All of a sudden today,
which look good. I mean, I'll be honest, they look good.
Yeah, they don't look bad at all. Yeah. Mama Odie looks great.
Yeah.
Then they also showed that all of a sudden, remember that Beyond Thunder Mountain that we never heard anything else about?
Yes.
Oh, well, now there's permits, guys, that they're going to file for to work on water stuff behind there. And according to Scott Gustin, who was somehow with all these other people at Imagineering, got to talk to the Imagineers, they all told him a week ago they were doing this, but he didn't say anything about it till today, which was the day after the earnings call. My money is the fact that there was also something else. They also, I guess, the new Encanto and all that they're doing in the Indiana Jones. They have paper models or crappy models they're showing pictures of too. My money is on if they thought they were going to lose the proxy battle, they were going to drop the announcement ahead of the meeting.
Yes.
Since they knew they were going to win the proxy battle, they just told everybody to hold off till today when the stock started dropping. Oh, the stock's dropping. Quick, release, that we're going to work on the stuff we promised, we swear.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think this was basically a card they were going to play. This was, kind of their trump card. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? Their trump card. They were going to play that card if they thought the votes weren't there. To be like, look, guys, we're actually doing all this stuff. So you need to keep the board intact so we can see all this stuff through, even though there's no possible way any of this stuff is.
And the Encanto stuff.
Yeah, this is so weird, though, because this whole Beyond Thunder Mountain thing, looks like a pretty large, we're talking like bigger than New Fantasyland. Where are they going to put it?
There's an area back there, but not for this much. But they took Encanto and they put it in Animal Kingdom. So what I think they're going to do is they're going to triple down on the Disney Villains area because that's what people are really excited about. And they're going to do like a Disney Villains land because they already moved Encanto to Animal Kingdom. They have Dark Universe coming and Epic Universe.
Yes.
And Disney villains are incredibly popular. And every time they've added them to nighttime events or had villains night sell out super fast. I 100% believe they're going to focus on Disney villains.
We had talked about like 10 years ago.
Oh, more than that, actually.
Maybe it was 12 years.
It's been a long time.
There was a rumor going around that Disney was looking at doing a fifth gate another park, and it was going to be Disney villains themed, and that actually would have been pretty cool. But I can see them doing like a budget cut version of it, Magic Kingdom. Actually, I could see them taking Chernobog and putting them on the other side of Thunder Mountain, like facing the villain land.
Well, they have him, and if you look at the piece of art, you can see the silhouette back there. Yeah.
Just move him to the top of it, but on the other side.
Well, no, because it would be visible, and people would see it on Thunder.
Oh, Disney doesn't care now. They just have big open warehouses because it costs too much to paint them, I guess.
So anyway, they announced this today. They put this out today that these people who were at a meeting last week suddenly can talk now about the fact they may be putting permits out.
Yep.
But they couldn't talk about it this whole week since they saw it. But today they get the green light to mention it.
Yeah,
it's a little weird.
Probably tied to their dropping stock price.
I'm just saying it's weird. And then they suddenly start announcing, "Oh, look, here's Tiana's Bayou's animatronics and all that crap." Get excited about that because their stock's going down.
It's interesting that they're showing that though, because a lot of people had concerns about Tiana's using
right now, I need
screens, lots of screens.
Doing
so
composition.
The fact that they're showing animatronics and they're good animatronics, I'm also
they do look really good.
They do, but I'm also like, I hope they're waterproof. And I mean, Splash Mountain already goes down all the time, and those things look pretty advanced. And the more advanced the animatronics, the more often the ride goes down.
I'm sure they are, because they had animatronics in the old Splash Mountain, and they had animatronics. They're similar to this one in the Frozen ride, and there's water in there. So I think it'll be fine. But yeah, they look pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we'll show a little clip here. I mean, Mama Odie especially.
If you go back up to the other one above you, they show more about it. Like they're talking about the bird and how he liked the bird, he bought it, and then they talk about how it led the animatronics. Now they're going to show it here in a second. They're going to show several there.
Yeah, they have Lewis, the Lewis alligator, Mama Odie. They look good.
Charlotte, Tiana.
Is that their kid?
Prince Ralphie. No, that's Prince Ralphie.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, it looks good. I mean, I'll give them that. If they're going to do this, I mean, that's the thing, like, because Splash Mountain is so beloved, because there was so much controversy, like, you are going to have to knock this one out of the damn park. Because they're going to, if they did a budget cut version of this reskin, people need to go into this and be like, oh yeah, this is 100 times better than Splash Mountain. I like Splash Mountain, but this is way better.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, I think it could be 100 times better, and they'll still be mad about it.
Well, that's true. But I'm just saying it would give them less to complain about. But if they're just like, oh yeah, here's one animatronic of Tiana and a whole bunch of screens, people are gonna be like, what the
I don't think that's what they're going with, and it better not be.
Like just the end scene and that's it.
See, Splash Mountain was one of our daughters, one of her favorite rides ever, but she's not as upset as other people because she loves Princess and the Frog, and Tiana's her favorite princess. So
Tiana is her favorite princess.
For her, how dare she's a little white girl.
How dare she?
But she's ginger, so he's basically the same thing. She just loves Tiana, like adores Tiana.
She does. That was the first movie we took her to.
Yes, she's thrilled that and not thrilled, but she's like she's not as upset as she would have been if it had been somebody else and not Tiana.
If it had been like Ray Skywalker's wet ride,
I would riot.
Ray Skywalker's super wet ride, it would have been like no.
Oh, there'd be people in line up for that one.
I don't guess anymore.
Not very many.
Usually there is
anyway, let's go back to Bob Iger.
To answer the question, like there is a method, there's the method to the madness, or there's some form of there's always a better way to do things. It may not be the definitive way, but there's always a better way to do things. So no, I don't worry about guessing. I don't ever guess. With enough experience and understanding and practice, the guesswork goes out the window. That's why I'm a teacher, so I can know what to look for.
Bob Iger, Hollywood Reporter. Bob Iger on woke Disney criticism. A lot of people don't even understand what it really means.
Apparently, Bob doesn't understand what it means either when you hear what he says. I'm like, you're so full of shit. I just want to.
That's the go-to. Like, people have defined woke and wokeism 100 times over, and everybody's like, you can't even define it, so you can't complain about it. That's how we gotcha. And it's like, no.
They start off by, we've been in
I teach online,
process.
but
The moment
not
I came
like
back,
a real
that's why
teacher.
I got a 2-year
teach
extension.
online who wants to learn how to do art.
And he's like, it got pushed, it got changed because of the activism battle. Bullshit, Bob.
Art.
No.
Bullshit. Since November, you were supposed to be working on Succession.
Since
and
art is such
they
a
didn't even do
subjective
the proxy war last year. You got a renewed contract for 2 more years last year, like in summer, I want to say it was. And the proxy battle didn't even come till now. So it wasn't being held up or distracted or whatever other bullshit narrative you want to spin. You just weren't doing much about it.
Yeah.
You really weren't. And it wasn't until people started asking questions, when the activist investors started asking questions, and then shareholders started asking questions.
I teach
then
everything.
Suddenly, oh, we've been doing this the whole time, I
Perspective.
swear.
There were other articles out there that insiders, executives in Hollywood are like, he
gesture.
might not leave. He might just be like, well, I couldn't.
He's got a choice.
Shape, form.
I think at this point, look, if nothing else, this close call might
Hold
put
on.
the fear of Walt into them. That's my hope, is that they will at least attempt. Well, that was my hope, that they'd at least attempt to get their shit together. But we're gonna do more videos today showing this we're right back to square one.
We are.
With
But he's
Disney.
like, since the moment I came back, it's been a priority, except we never mentioned anything about it, and I got a year extension for 2 more years. If you were working on Succession, there wasn't a need for that then.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Oh, it's because of the proxy, but no, that wasn't until, 16, 18 months later. Bullshit. Bullshit, Bob.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Then you talk about they want to have a good transition process because it's complicated and basically a right person, not like last time. Well, the way it sounds is the
Color
reason they
theory.
had
Sorry,
a
I
problem
was not
last
thinking.
time
I
is
had a
because Bob
YouTube
Iger
channel. I also have a
wouldn't
YouTube
let go.
channel. If you want to check how I teach, I got a YouTube
Yeah.
channel.
Don't let go,
You can
Bob.
go check there as well.
You
Right
gotta
now, I'm
let it
streaming
go.
to
Let
all
it go.
platforms right
Just,
now.
get off
Sorry,
that
I'm kind
Titanic
of like
door and let
in
it
the
go.
zone trying to make
Let
sure.
it go.
this looks right.
Let a woman on that door. No,
No, that's what they're trying to do, and I don't think she's
Dana
qualified.
Waldman would be she'd be the
Of the
worst.
4, she's
the worst.
I would say her and Bergman are about the same. I think of the 4, she's no. Her and Bergman, either one, I don't think are a good idea.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I don't even know who would be. That I can't think of anybody that's on the same, coming from the creative angle, like even Michael Eisner. I can't think of anybody they have on deck or close to the company.
The closest one is the guy from ESPN, because he worked with the the video games and stuff.
Yeah.
I think.
They might put him in, just be like, Fortnite, everybody.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because that seems like the way they're going. I think,
Yeah.
honestly, he has more qualifications, which I said for a while, and everybody else is saying it too, and I'm like, I've been saying it. Anyway, they go down here, and they're talking about they're distracted. They're coming after. I don't let me get distracted, but you keep getting distracted. He's talking about Elon Musk.
He's like I don't want to get distracted, but I'm going to fly around the country to rustle up some votes.
Yeah, I
mean,
know, right?
That's kind of stupid.
But he's like, they're talking about being woke, and this is what he said. The term woke is thrown around rather liberally, no pun intended in that regard. I think a lot of people don't even understand what it means. He doesn't explain it either. I think the noise is sort of quieted down. I've been preaching this for a long time at the company before I left, and since I came back, our number one goal is to entertain. The bottom line is
He's
that
lying.
using messaging as sort of
The
a
man
number
is
one
lying. He's
priority
lying.
in our films
That
and TV
man is
shows. It's
lying.
not what we're up to. They need
He
to be
is
entertaining,
lying.
and where the Disney company can have a positive impact on the world, whether it's, fostering acceptance, understanding of people all different types, great. But generally speaking, we need to be an entertainment-first company, and understanding that, look, we're trying to reach a very, very diverse audience. And on one hand, in order to do that, what you do, the stories you tell have to really reflect the audience you're trying to reach. Not white people, but the audience, because they're so diverse, really first and foremost, they want to be entertained. And sometimes they can't be turned off by certain things. Not Disney's audience, they're turned off by everything animore.
Thank you.
And we just have to be more sensitive to the interests of the broad audience. So basically, we've done fucked up. We didn't wokeify everything, except you did, and you turned your audience away. And now you gotta be more sensitive to the interests of the broad audience. The
something
normies.
bad?
Yeah. You got to appeal to not just appeal to the broads. No.
Yeah, but that's what he means by broad audience.
Yeah.
It's not easy, so that we can't please everyone all the time, right? You can't please the majority most of the time, Bob. Yeah. They haven't done that at all. I don't understand why audiences are not going to their movies anymore or watching their shows anymore.
Okay.
Because they have not
I got you.
done that. They've always focused on entertainment first
we'll
and
get on
agenda
later.
second, guys.
I don't know why their reputation is like the lowest it's
We only
been in
got
decades.
two videos left
movies
and then
keep
we'll be done.
failing.
Yeah, because
Totally just because of just coincidental.
people are look. I mean, it might be a vocal minority, but a lot
But
of
then
people.
no one's going to see it though.
Nobody's going to see your movies. Nobody's supporting yourself. A lot of people are canceling Disney Plus. People are not supporting Marvel. They're not supporting. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Even though like Inside Out would have been Money in the Bank, but I don't even know how that's gonna do.
Well, it depends how power they want to push it. If they start pushing it the way some people want, it's not going to go well. You keep pushing these. It's like not even about representation, because when you're doing representation, you're not even representing, somebody new. You're just race swapping, gender swapping characters. You aren't even giving them new characters. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
You
not
keep inserting
diversity.
agenda,
That's just
and then
sloppy seconds.
Well, it didn't help. Like for Star Wars, for example, that your own people were going out there attacking the fan base. You have done nothing but. There's a picture of Luke Skywalker, the big red X on his face, but it's completely coincidental, guys. Force is female. Completely coincidental. Bullshit.
The noise is quieted down.
It has not quieted down.
That's
the point. That's why you almost got your ass kicked. You had to put all the stops to naught.
You got your ass kicked in Florida.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like, look, I don't know what to tell you. The reason Nelson Peltz and the reason so many people were cheering him on, the reason he even got a foothold, a toehold in support was because you guys dropped the ball. And it's not just because you run out of ideas or, the economy and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you guys have pivoted hard left. You're saying you want to make content for everybody. And look, I understand not everything that's produced is for every person, but you're taking things that did have general appeal, franchises that had general appeal, and you're injecting current year politics into existing franchises. It's not even about I can't really say anything about something like Strange World. I don't really give a shit. A lot of people don't give a shit, but whatever. That's something new. But when you take, again, Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, run him into the ground just to get the message across, you let whether it's his decision or his underling's decision, it's still, at the end of the day, he's the captain of the ship. And he made the judgment calls that led them to hit the iceberg.
Yeah, and it's just like your movies are doing worse and worse because people are they're just turned off because they already know what they're going to get. When you hear Disney, you don't even think it's for everybody. You hear Disney, it's going to be agenda shit. And that's just basically what we've come to. I mean, we're going to do another video here in a bit about how, after this, guess what? Silver Surfer's going to be a woman now.
I know, right?
I mean, and then,
And then they're already trying to rewrite history on that one, too.
Yeah, we're going to do a video on that. Look, Tiana's Bio Adventure because it's racist for the other one, even though a lot of black people were like, it wasn't racist. It wasn't. But you wanted to shove this in there. And then the woman who's working on this is the one who was behind the idea of let's turn the natives and the Jungle Cruise into chimpanzees.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the same person.
Yeah, no, she was one of the ones involved. And the thing is, they're going to turn.
What the fuck is that? Is that?
The other one, even though a lot of black people were like, it wasn't racist. It wasn't.
Is it
But you wanted to
generated?
shove this in there. And then the woman who's working on this is the one who was behind the idea of let's turn the natives and the Jungle Cruise into chimpanzees.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the same person.
Yeah, no, she was one of the ones involved. And the thing is, they're going to turn
Dark
into chimpanzees.
Is failing becoming a drug now, or are people just crazy?
No, people are scared. I think what it is that people I just now looked at Ari. She just said something awesome and loving the anatomy. Yeah, we just finished earlier. Hold on. There. So it's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's overly getting worse. And because it's getting worse, failing it's because of fear. I practice every single day. I practice every day. I do it on stream. I do it outside stream. It's fear. It's ultimately fear through the lens of I don't want to be blacklisted. If the blacklisting thing didn't exist, that should be illegal as hell. I think that should be illegal, right? They should not be able to blacklist you. And if there's any evidence of blacklisting, you should be able to sue people. Because that's your livelihood, right? Unless you're not doing anything heinous to the point that you are being you should only be blacklisted when you did some actual physical harm, not because you said something, because it's considered now wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid. I think that's dumb. just because you took a hot take that doesn't really surmise with a lot of people doesn't mean you should lose your job and lose your whole livelihood. That doesn't make sense.
And then they're gonna make Trader Sam like be, fencing, lost merchandise through his shop instead of lost and found. And then if that's not bad enough, you had to make sure the animatronic chimpanzees were represented authentically. I'm like, people think
don't want their feelings to be hurt. The animatronic chimpanzees.
And you know what gets me? Disney had that diversity for years, and no one batted an eye.
No.
Lilo and Stitch, Pocahontas. I mean, there's so many different ones, and nobody batted an eye because it was done better than it's being done now. Representation was so much.
When I learned about Mind Bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with those symptoms with that.
Much better, and you guys just, even Princess and the Frog, no one thought anything of it. Like, okay, you guys have just pushed so hard on this agenda bullshit that people just immediately get turned off now.
Is that a YouTuber?
Whenever you hear Bob Iger or Disney.
Yeah, when we talk about Disney, we really want people to get turned on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the thing is, too, the live action remakes didn't help. Like, there was no reason to race swap Ariel. I mean, there's been no reason for it. And there was especially when there's a character from the Little
Let's be honest, we all wanted Ariana Grande to cosplay as this woman. Let's just call it for what it is. He's on TikTok. Oh, I know who you're referring to. I know who you're referring to now. I follow him on Instagram. I've been following him for years. He's I think he's like I want to say word Disney, but he has a Disney-esque, like very sharp art style. I know who you're referring to. It just clicked in my head. Wait. Is that the one I'm thinking of, or the one that draws a lot of anime girls? There's two of them, and I think they're both Hispanic. I think. And I think if I remember, his icon is of his face, a cartoon version of his face, of what he's drawn, if I remember right.
Mermaid show that was its own character they could have gone with.
Oh, that's like the the Little Mermaid cartoon that they're doing for Disney Junior.
True. Oh my God, it's so.
This is wrong.
Well, actually, the only thing that really stuck
glasses,
out to me was
he wears glasses.
Ursula.
Well, they
is
both
her
wear glasses,
aunt,
but he's bald. I think he's bald.
At some point, she's gonna run her through with a boat.
And Ursula must have got some kind of weird skin condition from the time of the cartoon to the movies because she turned purple.
Goatee.
I don't know. That's gonna be hard. Isn't that gonna be hard to explain to kids? Like, oh, Auntie Ursula, yeah, we're just gonna run you through.
I'm gonna kill you someday.
I'm gonna kill you someday.
It's just, I'm tired of it. They keep doing like Acolyte. I mean, all this crap. It's just one bullshit after another, and then they keep pushing Ms. Marvel, and it won't take it. They just keep trying to push it and push it and push it.
Number one,
race swap or gender swap basically all the Marvel characters. I know they're walking that back now because it wasn't working. But bullshit that you weren't putting a woke agenda. I'm sorry to swear. My mom's gonna jump me for this, and I'm sorry, Mom. But I'm so mad about this. You guys have been doing nothing but pushing agenda over story. And that doesn't mean, and again, people keep equating that. You're saying, you can't have diverse people in shows and movies. No, not what I'm saying at all. Nope. When we were growing up, it was often diverse and nobody cared. You have to put characterization first. Entertainment first. And they might just happen to be this or that representation. But Disney has not been doing that. Contrary to what Dickless here says.
Also known as
Flow. That's Iger, not Neon.
Oh my God. Don't tell them
that's something a lot of you need to begin first. I think for beginner artists, you need to learn those three concepts. One of the 8 of the fundamentals is those 3. You need to learn those 3 shapes, meaning 2D shapes, form meaning 3D forms, 3D shapes, and then the third one is gesture. Knowing the LOA, meaning the line of action, which is meaning flow. There are 3 things I would recommend for any beginner to start with. I wouldn't even try to worry about anatomy right now. Just get the flow right, get the gesture right, get that the flow first. Because you can be accurate all you want on how the length of the arm and the breasts and the eyes and blah blah blah. You can do that, but you gotta get something very robotic. And I learned that the hard way. I learned that learning your your gestures is more important than it is learning the anatomy right now as a beginner. You should learn your gestures, because if the gesture is flowy, you can eventually fix the accuracy later, especially if you're doing it digitally. That's why I would say do a sketch session, draw and sketch. Don't try to be accurate, just get down something on the jot. This is why in gesture drawing or figure drawing, they make you draw the figure or the gesture within like 3 minutes and move on to the next one, because what they're trying to do is not to give you the chance to focus on small details and shit like that, because that's not important. Take that out of the equation. Once you take that initial understanding that it's not about accuracy right now, it's all about getting it down, getting the understanding of what the concept is, then everything will work out in your favor.
You anyway.
Okay, Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey's
So
Nicholas.
for any beginner artist, learn these 3 fundamentals: the shapes, the forms, and the gestures, and then you move on to the other 5.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What you were going to talk about with the one article?
Yeah. So it's interesting that they're trying to put this spin on this to say that people are over the politics, and woke is being overused.
And don't worry about perspective right now. That should be like after gesture. You should learn foreshortening, balance, and then perspective. Or you can learn balance first and then perspective. Foreshortening and then perspective, because foreshortening is like a small introduction to perspective. I don't think you should worry about gauging on what level you are. You should just focus on if you can do it competently. So like, I wouldn't sit there and say I'm at, from a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 4. So worrying about being a 5 or a 4 or even a 1 or a 2, well, you should worry about, can you do it? Do you have the confidence of doing it? If you have the confidence of doing it and you know you can do it, you're already a 5. You don't have to ask yourself. If you have to ask yourself, you're not ready. That's how I see it. If you have to ask yourself to do, if you can draw this, then you're not ready. Even if you can draw it, your confidence is lacking. So therefore, that's also, I wouldn't call it fundamental, but that's something that needs to be mentally ingrained into the idea of understanding concepts.
Because most of the shareholder calls during the meeting were about politics. I've never seen anything like this.
Well, they were the ones that
Ever.
they had people put propositions forward. They didn't let shareholders ask questions. Like
No.
the questions seemed to be pre-recorded, because last year people called him out, and that's when he promised $17 billion to Florida, and that dug the hole deeper. We are Florida. Florida owes us, and people were pissed. So now, instead of letting him talk, they were pre-recorded questions. I was surprised they answered a couple of them, honestly.
They were very curt. I kind of worried. Did they pick them to be like, oh, look at the alt-right trying to take us down. We're just going to answer them with grace and poise and just ignore them and go about our business. But it was interesting because, look, in the past, historically, at Disney shareholder meetings, the questions that are asked are usually like, yeah, and they did have questions like, hey, why are the parks in disarray? That was a question that came up, and that's usually one that comes up. People have had concerns about the live action remakes. They've had concerns about the quality. I guess before, the concerns, the grievances that the shareholders had historically were about the quality or declining quality of the product, or questions about like, hey, are we going to get a big announcement? Are we going to, what's going on here? Or any other issues, big issues that were not really political issues. Most of the questions this time around were about politics. So if everybody's over it and it doesn't matter and the vast majority of people don't care, I do not think that would have been the case.
No.
One shareholder asked, is it possible for Disney to stay out of political and social agendas and just provide entertainment?
Fuck no.
Well,
Is that a spacesuit or the real doll hooded bodysuit, which was a quick trend back then?
I don't know what that is, to be honest. Like, I'll lie to you. I'm not sure what you mean, Mike. I'm just making a character. I'm just literally just spitballing as I'm going. I'm just spitballing.
No, I agree. They already are. I'm like, no, they aren't. That's why your movies and shows are declining.
That's exactly it. They're talking about the one, I think it was Chloe Cole. I didn't realize that was her, but she's she's from a group called Do No Harm, and she was talking about detransitioning.
Yeah, because Disney
care.
will pay for transitioning care for employees and their kids or whatever, but they won't pay to have it reversed.
And those were just
that's weird.
You know, just a
strange.
couple of the comments. Of course, you know, they're going back and you know, pointing out that Elon Musk has taken
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation.
shots famously at Disney. He told them to get fucked. And
He told Bob Iger
specifically to get, yeah. Now it's interesting though. It is very interesting that I thought Disney was gonna pull away from X because they don't want to be associated with you know, the bigots over there. But they have they
have shares
are certified over there. I've seen ads running over there. They're constantly tweeting. They didn't stop tweeting. They're constantly tweeting, promoting their stuff. And I guarantee you that they're paying to boost those tweets. So I think they are paying Elon Musk.
Well, I'm sure they continue to pay to do the stuff they were doing before, that they've been doing for years, where they pay to have, you know, artificial boosting and third party, you know, accounts boost their stuff. They've done it for years. Yeah, so I just think it's funny.
I love this. This is just like the media's trying to run with the story too. They're calling it a win-win in Florida. It's like you didn't win shit in Florida. The only thing you did was settle so you didn't have to drag it out in court so you could build new stuff.
And back to that Washington one that kind of ties to this with the win-win is this narrative he's trying to spin. He's trying to spin now like, oh, I was focused on defending the company, not myself. Except they kept running, Iger included, with this narrative that Peltz and Rizzullo wanted to remove Bob Iger.
Yeah.
You know, they knew that wasn't what was going on. And they kept pushing it because they knew the shareholders that were clueless and didn't bother to look into things and just listen to Disney would not look and just hear, oh, they're going to replace Iger. I don't want that.
Yep, that's exactly
and they ran with it. And he deliberately misled people in that regard. I mean, at least that's how it came across. And why was it him that was going around trying to get people to vote for the board? Why wasn't it the board members who were up for re-election, or the ones that were, you know, in danger? Why weren't they the ones flying around and campaigning? No, it was Iger.
Yeah.
It had to be him. And it was like all these outlets, oh, Iger's going to be removed. And they kept saying, that's not what we're saying. And if you look, you can find out that's not what they were saying at all. But they kept running with this narrative. Just like it's a win-win in Florida. It's like you got your asses kicked, okay? You lost. You didn't get Reedy Creek back. Nothing got reversed. You had your underhanded double-dealing bullshit is getting erased. And now you can finally move forward for the Walt Disney World Park information and stuff that you're starting to put permits out and everything else. So now you have a board you can work with. But you did it to your own damn self.
It might be dickless, but you can still get your ass eaten. We're gonna wrap this up then.
Right.
Okay. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
All right. So with that said, that was Clownfish. So that with that said, you know, pretty much Bob Iger and stuff are in a good place. Hey y'all. Jeez. Hi y'all. Hey hon. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, and comment. I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. All right. All the depressing stuff is gone. Now we get into the fun stuff. Now, this is, I can never say his name right, so I'm gonna just call him Gig. So Gig over here. Oh, Gig over here has a recommendation of this anime, and he said this genre will replace isekai. Now I don't know what he's referring to, so I'm going to see what he's talking about. So let's see what this is about. Let's go.
Guys, I think I'm done with isekai. At this point, I've seen it all.
Oh yeah, he was in here. I want to show you something.
And I said they are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings, and then magically it.
Guys, I think I'm done with isekai. At this point, I've seen it all. Isekai with power fantasies, economics, politics, using swords, smartphones, where the protagonist is reincarnated as a slime, vending machine, even a goddamn hot spring. For the longest time, isekai was just my comfort food, something I could just turn my brain off and enjoy while using as few neurons as possible. Yeah, I knew it was unhealthy junk food, but sometimes you just want to indulge in something that feels familiar. But eventually, I've come to realize that as good as it tastes, eating too much McDonald's is detrimental to my health.
Oh, he's here. He's just...
So anyway, I started eating KFC. Regret.
I bet no. Is it King Kong? Very good job, Teach. Thank you. Thank you, He is here. Bri is here. He's just on the YouTube side. He wants to watch the gig stuff, the anime stuff. So we're on the anime section now.
Regression is a very popular genre in Korean manhwa and is the latest landfill dumpster rabbit hole I have once again fallen into. The genre is to manhwa what isekai is to anime and manga, and is about as equally detrimental to my health. Now, if you don't know what manhwa is, well, it's kinda like manga, except it's spelled like this. And it comes from Korea. And a lot of it is way worse than what you can find in manga.
Look at this dude.
But you know where that last point doesn't matter as much? Trashy power fantasy stories where the main character becomes OP for some contrived reason that I just can't help myself from consuming. Hi, my name's Giguk, and I have an addiction. This is a genre that hits all the same notes that got me addicted to isekai in the first place, while feeling just different enough that it still feels fresh. Or, in other words, it might not be your OP protagonist in a fantasy world isekai story, but you know what? It sure does smell awfully familiar. So if you continually question your life choices like I do, but want something a little different to dive into other than the same isekai-filled dumpster truck, allow me to introduce you to Regression. Because if you think your isekai brain rot was as bad as it could get, allow me to show you that your dedication to trashy stories can go beyond a single genre, a single medium, and now beyond a single nation. But first, ad time. Before we continue, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Asus, our processor, refresh, and enough of a powerhouse to handle the load whether I need to edit or even stream on it. It's good for gamers and content creators. So, what are you waiting for? If you're in the market for a top-of-the-line laptop, this is the one you need, and this is the one I am going to be using now. So check that link in the description below to get yours today. Thank you very much to Asus ROG for sponsoring this video, and back to whatever I'm talking about. Alright, first off, what the hell is regression? Imagine a trope that feels awfully similar to what you get to see in isekai, but instead of seeing someone getting transported to another world and living their fantasy there, the protagonist gets transported back in time to an earlier point in their lives with all the knowledge of future events intact. Sometimes it's a one-off leap, and sometimes they can regress back as many times as they want with certain conditions. If that sounds familiar to you, it's because, well, it's not exactly a concept we haven't seen before. Tokyo Revengers and Erased are basically a story about two different regressors, and hell, ReZero and Summertime Render's time loop is essentially just a regression mechanic. But now, we're just setting the bar too high. The big difference is a lot of regression manhwa tend to focus on the protagonist using their knowledge of the future as a sort of new game plus approach to their lives. Some use their knowledge to correct past mistakes in their lives or get a revenge of some sort. Most others use it to become really OP in whatever world they're in. Probably a fantasy world with video game elements. Like I said, different trash, same smell. So in that case, the first anime title that comes to mind is... Oh, this doesn't look good for me at all. But, like isekai...
Can I have this done to me because I would use that info to get filthy rich lol.
I know, right? I would use that too. I would use that too. I'm not kidding. I would use that too, if possible.
There are a lot of regression titles out there. Some are the same copy-paste titles you've seen a million times before. Some actually use the core concept in different ways. So, with more manhwa not only getting adaptations, but becoming some of the most popular anime of the season, and some actual regression manhwa adaptations starting to sneak in through the cracks, like A Returner's Magic Should Be Special, I think this is a genre we are only going to see more of in the future. Alright, you've piqued my curiosity. So, where do I start? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. The original plan was that I was gonna run through a bunch of titles, then I realized halfway through writing about the 10th regression with a fantasy backdrop, video game-esque abilities, and
JKL keys 4. Go back 10 seconds. Pause/play. Skip 10 seconds. Help skip in video sponsors. Darth Goricorn. I wish Solo Leveling had a English dub already.
Doesn't it? Solo Leveling doesn't have an English dub? It's just sub still? I thought it had English by now. I guess not. Huh. Guess I won't be watching that anytime soon yet. What? Hold on. Oh, that's passed away. Okay.
Dungeon crawling structure with a big mysterious tower to climb, my fucking mind was starting to regress back to pee-pee poo-poo age. So instead, what I'm going to do is just speed run through some titles in different categories and focus on a few that really stood out to me. This way, I could show you some of my favorites and prove that not every regression manhwa is a fantasy series where the main character can regress and get super OP because of it. So, let's start with fantasy manhwa where the main character can regress and get super OP because of it. Look, it wouldn't be a proper introduction without starting off with a series like this, okay? Like looking at isekai and seeing the same copy and paste Sword Art Online clones, going through manhwa can feel like reading 1,000 different iterations of solo leveling, except hey, this time the main character can also regress. Leveling with the gods is essentially just that exactly, but is one I actually think was executed half decently. The Swordmaster's son shows the rise of the youngest son in a family that's the equivalent of the Swordmaster version of the Zoldyck family. Kill the Hero details a good old revenge story where the protagonist levels up to kill the hero that originally killed him. Doombreaker, Volcanic Age, Infinite Level Up in Murim. If I were to continue, we'd be sitting here to the end of One Piece. So the series I actually want to talk about is SSS Class Revival Hunter. Not to be confused with my S-Class Hunters, the SSS Rank Hunters Lucky Draw, Civil Servant Hunters S-Class Resignation Log, but is to be confused with SSS Class Suicide Hunter, which is the other name for the series. We're off to a fucking great start. Honestly, after seeing this title, I went into the series with half my brain turned off in fear that using over 10 neurons would hamper my enjoyment of it. But lo and behold, this had some of the most fantastic storytelling I could find in the genre, which is a fucking shocker because this is like having a light novel titled Reborn as the Weakest Mage that became the strongest dickhead thanks to his cheat skill in another world, and it turning out to be the Citizen Kane of Isekai. After a mysterious tower appears and people from all over the world gather to enter it and yada yada yada, you know how it goes. There are monsters on every floor, people get special skills when they enter, and anyone who tries to climb the floors and hunt the monsters are called hunters, like the Flame Emperor, the top ranked hunter. He has wealth, fame, power, and all that shit they say in the One Piece opening. Women want to be with him.
Sir, until we meet again.
Pot of soup. Let me see. Pot of soup. Oh god, no, no, no!
Guys want to be him, which is exactly how our protagonist Gongja feels. A lonely F-ranked hunter whose only SSS class ability seems to be shitposting. He just like me for real. Out of nowhere though, the power grants him his first S-ranked ability, a power that allows him to copy any skill other people have. The catch? He can only copy the skills of anyone who kills him. And, oh.
Wait, what? Why you must die. Wait, what? So wait, let me get this straight. I have to die to get the skill? Then isn't that kind of pointless? Like, wait, let me. I get a ability that copies other abilities, but for it to activate and or triggered, I have to die to get it. That doesn't make much sense. What the fuck?
He's already dead. Huh? Dejected at gaining a skill he'll never be able to use, he accidentally runs into the Flame Emperor and finds out that in person he is, how do I say this? A bit of a shit cunt. Gongja gets senselessly murdered.
It's nourishing, it's fully, you get your liquids, it's all around complete meal. What else would you not want?
You're teetering on that line of being banned, Mora. You're teetering on that line. I already took someone out today.
By the dude, but as it turns out, the Flame Emperor has a skill that allows him to travel back in time exactly 24 hours every time he dies, which is the exact skill he needs not only to prevent his own death, but also make use of the one skill he has. Oh wow, would you look at that? What a coincidence. Who could have guessed this could ever happen?
Right.
After waking up with his newfound powers, he decides to
Don't
take
do
revenge,
this.
so he travels back in time to a point
I'll
before
do
the Flame Emperor awoke his powers by offering himself 4,090 times. Yes.
Wait, go back. Let me
Use
see.
of the one skill he has. Oh wow, would you look at that? What a coincidence. Who could have guessed this could ever happen?
No,
after waking up with his newfound powers, he decides.
I will block you. I will do it, Mora. Don't play this game with me. I will do it. You got last warning. I'll come for you. I'm coming for you, Mora. If you say it one last time, I swear to God, I will put the bad hammer on you. I will do it! You put me on that shit, I will do it! Meep!
Decides to take revenge, so he travels back in time to a point before the Flame Emperor awoke his powers by offing himself 4,090 times.
Oh my God.
You heard that right. 4,090 times. This motherfucker unalived himself so much, he might as well change his pronouns to was/were. But after taking
soup for you.
revenge, the real meat of the story comes when he uses his newfound ability to climb floors, become one of the most respected hunters in the land, and
she was banned.
Behind this
I banned her.
tower.
Yes, I did.
All right, I'm gonna be real here. I know
I
the
told
plot
her.
synopsis
She will play
like
this game with
the
me. I
most
told her.
generic
Soup is evil. Is evil. Yes, I did. I did it.
You can find, because it absolutely is.
Raiga Samurai.
She got banned. She would play that game with me. Hold on. She came to the stream. Oh no! Oh no! Hold up. I got unbanner. How do you unbanner on this thing? Shit. I got unbanner. Shit.
At the beginning, but as you continue, you come to realize that this is not the generic trashy show you expected it to be. With a lot of these dungeon crawling manhwa, the formula is pretty set in stone. You go up floors, everyone encounters a progressively more powerful monster, everyone wonders how the hell we're gonna defeat it, main character swoops in, saves the day, powers up. Hey, it worked for solo leveling, it can work another 10,000 other times, right? But what sets Revival Hunter apart is the level of world building and different clear conditions when it comes to every floor. Instead of feeling like a dungeon, each floor is more akin to a different world with its own people, conflict, and hardships. Every stage is so thematically different and presents a different philosophy that Gongja has to face, and he never comes out the same person as when he entered. On the surface, it seems obvious what needs to be done to clear each floor, but as you dig deeper in each world, you realize there is far more going on underneath. This is honestly more reminiscent to seeing Luffy travel to different islands and resolving the different conflicts he encounters. But where the regression comes in is seeing Gongja's unwavering commitment to giving each world the one thing he thinks every place deserves: a happy ending. And to do that, he will retry the floor as many times as he needs to get the conclusion he wants. While Subaru is out here learning in Season 2 that maybe he shouldn't be relying on his return by death ability so much, Gongja saw one low-tier god video and thought it was a Mr. Beast challenge. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times optimizing every little path, getting a better understanding of every single person, spending more time to truly empathize with the struggles of every floor before coming up with his own resolution. It's never about beating the final boss, it's about giving the characters in the world the closure they need, no matter how much suffering it takes to get there. If you have enough patience to get to floor 21, or the mirror mark of this story, you'll be able to see what makes this series special. This is where the series truly comes into its own. With some of the most beautiful storytelling I've seen in this
I should ban you for saying that. But because that's funny, I hate you.
Genre. Normally with these videos, I like to save the best till last, but I'll just go out and say that this was my favorite regression manhwa I've ended up reading so far. I came in looking for trash and I somehow ended up finding gold, so if you're thinking about trying any of the titles I just mentioned, this should be it. Whoa, 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 Gigak, I thought we were trying to get off isekai. What if I don't want another fantasy show with video game mechanics? Isn't there anything more realistic? I mean, sure, let's be real here. The first thing I'd do if I was able to regress back with my knowledge intact is maybe buy a Bitcoin, invest in some Apple stocks. Tell Justin Wong, don't do it! He's capable of parrying the super! Well, don't worry, there's a manhwa for that. Except the Justin Wong thing, that was a joke. I would never deprive gamers of the greatest moment in esports history.
Yeah, for real, you're gonna stop that? Would you really stop that? I wouldn't stop that. That's a canon event. That has to happen. I will let that happen. I don't care if the dude lost. I do not care. He needs to lose. That was needed. That was an amazing time in gaming history. When I saw that, that was amazing. That dude blocked every move, every frame. That was amazing. Still to this day, it's God tier. Nah, bro. I would let that happen and watch it in glee with a popcorn. If I can go back in time, I'll buy the biggest popcorn just to watch that, just to swim in it, just to see what happens and be like, yeah, let's go, boy.
If you want a series about a guy regressing back...
Fuck yes.
LMAO true.
That's crazy.
Getting rich through hedge funds and financial investments, Medical Return takes the regression formula and puts it into a medical drama, with a doctor regressing back to fast-track his medical career while making every other doctor look like a dumbass. To Be an Actor does this even better in my opinion, except with a successful actor rising up even faster to stardom again, if that one arc in Oshinoko wasn't enough to get your fix. But for a grounded regression drama, I very much enjoyed A Man's Man. Hansung, one of the biggest technology companies in Korea, has just appointed their youngest ever CEO, Yoo Yeon-hung. He has it all. Power, fame, fortune, and all that shit they say in the One Piece. Except one problem. No one he cares about gives a shit. Hated by almost everyone he's worked with after he's betrayed and backstabbed his way to the top, his wife leaves him on the day of his promotion, and to top it all off, he finds out that one of his closest ex-co-workers has just committed Jump King. So, is there really anything...
Okay, I'm sorry. That's not funny to laugh at, but that's funny. Why do you have to use those words? Jump King? Are you serious? You have to. Wow, wow. There's so many ways to describe that term. That term of action. He had to use those words. Oh my god.
To celebrate about. Alone and despised, he turns to his last remaining friend. A good old bottle of Jack, baby. Yeah, that'll never betray me.
I love the phrase.
I know, Jump King.
And he dies.
Like, bro, really?
Corporate drama with a regression twist. And while you might be able to guess how this all plays out, the first thing that stood out to me about A Man's Man is just exactly what the protagonist's regression abilities are used for. Of course, with the company's future CEO with all the knowledge he has, starting from ground zero again, you know what to expect. He's gonna climb the ladder even faster, play the company politics perfectly to a T, expose all the people who were a thorn in the time he was there, and everyone around him is left dick in hand wondering how the hell a young upstart can play the corporate game so well. But while many regression manhwa focus solely on the protagonist finding success in whatever field they're in, Yu Yon's energy is put into making sure his entire team finds success and rising up together. He makes sure his co-workers are equally seen, ensures that the actual people doing the hard work are the ones that get the recognition and not the loudmouth bosses standing above them. This isn't a story about a man who gained success. This is a story of a man who already found success but regrets the way he got there. In a sense, there wasn't a single person responsible for the thorny path he took in his first life, but it was the result of the highly toxic work culture that the company had fostered for itself. And it's that culture that Yu Yon is really fighting against, not by completely destroying the company, but changing it from within. Yes, this is a power fantasy, but it is a power fantasy for anyone who's ever worked
pretty cool if you think about it.
in a big corporation where you feel absolutely insignificant and sometimes daydream to
He's
yourself,
really playing the
"Fuck me, if
Office
I was in
music."
charge, I'd be able to get rid of all these rotten parts I have to deal with on a daily basis, humble some of these overconfident, useless managers who don't seem to do anything, and actually run a tight ship." Put that in a setting of working in a massive electronics company with their team specializing in working for developing screens for electronic devices, right before the era where some fruit company announces this phone that you can control purely through touch, and that probably won't be relevant or anything, and you got yourself a pretty fun read. But sometimes, after reading a bunch of manhwa, you encounter a title that doesn't really belong in any category you usually see, but still goes bloody hard, like the next series, Chosu Saves the World. What would you do if you knew the end of the world was coming? Would you let it happen, make the most of the time you have left and live your best life, or would you do
that's a
everything
good
in your
question.
power?
That's a very good question. Would you save the world or let it die? If you save the world, people are gonna just be shitty anyway. Right? If you don't save the world, we all die. Huh. People might go woke even more and harder. People might stay woke. Stay woke. Stay woke. That's a good question. I never even thought of it that way. Like, would you save the world if you had the chance? Would you press the button or will you let it blow up? Like, that's a good question.
To prevent it. On Earth's final day, Chosu bears witness to a giant asteroid plummeting towards our planet. Scientific organizations detected the massive rock far too late and miscalculated it to be a near miss. All attempts to destroy or divert the thing have failed. As just a normal Korean office worker, Chosu, like many other people, was completely powerless to stop this fate. And all he can do is crack open one last cold one and give one final toast as he watches the world come to an end.
I'll see you in hell, baby. Would have gotten them all if they weren't so fast.
They're not moving, Anya.
But we all know this is a regression story where the end is just the beginning of the end. Again, Chosu wakes up decades earlier as a kid. No mentions of any asteroid, no one panicking at the end of the world. Just one lone boy armed with Windows 2000 or Microsoft Windows 2000? Oh, we're doomed. With his knowledge alone of Earth's inevitable fate, he gathers his strength, looks up to the sky and goes, "Oh, that asteroid's going down. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want..." I wish it was that epic. Chosu saves the world, takes the Summertime Render approach. He tries to save the world, fails, and every time he does, he wakes up 3 months past where he woke up on his previous attempt. But unlike Summertime Render, each loop is not days or weeks, but are decade-long attempts to explore the question of, is it realistically possible for a single person to save the world?
So wait, let me get this straight. If I'm getting this right. So, if I'm hearing this right, he dies and he goes further back. Is that what I'm hearing? The first time he went 3 months back. Then another one he went 6 months back. And then he went 9 months back. Is that how that works? I think that's what I'm picking up from this. I don't know if I'm totally right on that.
Which, if you think about it, is pretty damn
Radagon
difficult.
Samurai.
You might know an asteroid is coming to hit
Yeah.
Earth, but what the fuck can you do? You're the only one who does, and you're just a bloody kid. The rest of the kids around you have just graduated from shitting their pants phase to eating boogers phase. Even if you have decades, what is the right approach to take to correct the course of
Dark
history?
Goricorn.
Let's say you want to warn NASA
That
super
sounds
early
awesome,
that there's
honestly.
It is awesome, but that's terrifying because, like, he's about to say it. If you're going more further back, that means that's going to be the likelihood of people believing you. And if people don't believe you, especially you have no clear data or evidence, and how do you know this, and how would you know this, they're going to think you're crazy.
You're the only one who does, and you're just a bloody kid. The rest of the kids around you have just graduated from shitting their pants phase to eating boogers phase. Even if you have decades, what is the right approach to take to correct the course of history? Let's say you want to warn NASA super early that there's an asteroid coming. Well, you're just a fucking nobody who sounds like your run-of-the-mill crazy person who watched 2012 once and thought it was a documentary. Plus, they've already detected it before and thought it was going to be a near miss, remember? Do you really think they're going to take your word over their own scientific minds?
Yeah.
Tough luck, kid. Go back to shitting your pants. Alright, well, I have decades, so how about I study astronomy and get myself into a position where I can develop anti-asteroid technology as early as possible so we'll be ready when that asteroid gets detected. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. But this raises a different
Okay,
issue.
that
How do you
works.
get into a position influential enough where you can do such a thing? Where the hell are you going to get funding to pursue a project that will seem totally irrelevant until it's too late? Shall I hit up Daddy Elon to pump all his money into this instead of buying some bird website? Maybe I can convince coffee enthusiasts to use a percentage of their enthusiasm for developing a better cup of coffee into developing tech that could save humanity. And brew a cup of coffee. Loop after loop, layers get added to the plan, more problems arise that need to be overcome, time gets wasted specking into the wrong tech tree. Maybe you find out that a solution is theoretically possible, but you need to influence the technology infrastructure first to make it viable. This hits a grounded sci-fi drama itch I haven't felt since watching The Martian. Add in Armageddon with a little sprinkle of Steins Gate, and you have a title I finished in a single night. If you can keep your suspension of disbelief in check, especially in season 2, and buy into this fact that every single influential person humanity ever needed is conveniently placed in this one school, then for the most part, this was
I'm telling you something right now. I'm going to be honest to God on this response here. What you just heard is probably one of the most greatest ideas ever in a story, and something that the West will never do correctly.
Darth Goricorn. People might believe you if you make a series of accurate predictions.
Yeah, but if you make an accurate prediction, they're gonna ask you how you got those predictions, and if you say magic or some shit, they're gonna think you're just another crazy. It's like Simpsons, right? Simpsons make very good predictions half the time, but they still see it as like a TV show. But people do believe in that for those who watch the show. So you have to have more than just like, oh, I can make an accurate prediction. They have to have how you're making this, right? Because you
Darth
need to bring that to
Goricorn.
them.
Making the time fall back a beneficial factor. Premonition is a thing.
Yeah, thing. I don't know, but like I'm saying right here, I'm saying right now, if this was written by Westerners, best believe this would not be fun to watch or listen to. Especially if they're extremely progressive or woke. I'm telling you now. Like there's a show on Netflix. I don't know if it's out yet. Called The Three Body Problem. Great name, very mysterious premise, and then once you know the story, you want to blow your brains out. I'm dead serious. It's successful in curiosity, but it literally shits itself in total execution. Like it is stupid as fuck. Like it's really dumb. Like it's completely dumb. Like you would just like really. It is very boring, believe it or not, and it's not as intellectual as you think. There's a guy named Reaper. I gave his YouTube channel to Bry. If Bri, if you so kindly put it in the... I'll do it myself. If possible, let me know if you can. Put the link of Reaper's channel into the chat for those who know what I'm talking about. If you go to his channel and watch the 3-body problem and how he explains this, you're like, oh god, this is dumb. This is wow. And I had interest in watching that show. Not anymore. Nope.
An absolutely gripping and grounded exploration of what could happen if we needed to advance our space exploration infrastructure, especially when real-life proposed solutions I could find for stopping an asteroid go something like, how about this? The laser bees. Oh, what's this? An asteroid is on its way to destroy all life on Earth? Send out the laser bees! That pretty much sums up my introduction to regression manhwa. There is one more title I was planning to talk about that's not technically regression, but definitely takes the core appeal and spins it into its own unique thing that I feel has the potential to be the next big thing after solar leveling, but, you know, I think that deserves a video on its own. So, until then, I'm going to take a break from my isekai and regression brain rot for real this time, and start diving into some good, critically acclaimed anime again. What's this? Cultivation manhwa from China? Oh no.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. If you can, I'll do it myself. That is sad. Alright, so that was... Oh, I know.
Guys, hope you enjoyed that.
Okay, that was Gig, pretty much. He did his thing. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment if you guys see this. I do appreciate it, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Do appreciate it, all that great stuff, and we'll see you tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna do one last video, and then we'll call it a night for tonight. Or so. So this is Gacha Lakuta. So Domo Senpai, which we have actually done one of his videos before, I think about 2 or 3. He has a video. Oh, you can.
https://youtube.com/@realreaper.
Oh, you can you?
SI=CGLT4PGBRN_I'm2VW.
Oh my god, you can. That's good. I'm glad. I'm actually glad that mods can do that. I'm actually very happy about that. That would have been a pain in the ass to do that every time. So yeah, so Domo made a video and it says, Gacha Lakuta anime coming 2024. Probably this year, maybe next year, we'll see. So we'll see what he has to say. Maybe this is just speculation. Maybe this is facts. Maybe he has a trusted source. We don't know. And I'm very excited to hear about this. I wanted to read the manga, but if the anime does well to the manga, or just as well, that's great too. I don't have to buy the manga. But we'll see. Let's go.
Tired of annoying video ads? There's a quick fix. First, visit privacyadblocker.com.
Goodbye.
With the closing of the latest arc in Gacha Yakuta, I thought it was finally time that we have this conversation. This is actually one of my most requested videos, but in my honest opinion, I just didn't think it was time yet. We are on the cusp of celebrating the 2-year anniversary of the serialization of Gacha Yakuta, and what better way than to bring it in with this video?
I'm in chapter behind.
I think it's finally time that Gacha Yakuta gets its well-deserved anime adaptation.
Okay.
As y'all know, I'm Damo Senpai, avid manga reader, daily anime watcher, the Gacha Yakuta enthusiast, and not to mention, the Kagurabachi enthusiast. Before we get into this video, if y'all are digging the vibes of the channel, man, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. I made a declaration of going for 100,000 subs this year, and I don't plan on letting up anytime soon. So in light of this, share this video with friends who love manga, friends who love anime, and help me chase this goal. Love gaming? Follow my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/DamoSenpaiTV. We do all sorts of chill things over there as a community, so feel free to come and hang out. Don't forget to follow my socials to keep up with my daily life and things of that nature. And now, with all of the fluff out of the way, let's get into the video. As I mentioned earlier, Gacha Yakuta has now been in serialization for 2 years. And by now, I think many of you are wondering, why wait so long to talk about whether it gets an adaptation or not? And the answer to that is very simple. There just wasn't enough source material. If we go back to a video I made over a year ago, I talked about the potential of an anime based on the visual we were given, and at that point we had just finished up some work in Graffiti Town. At that point, I was fine with even a 12-episode adaptation, but my homie JDS kept forcing the idea that all Kodansha anime get 2 cores, and to me, I'm still not rolling with that. But now that we got all—
Get 2 what? 2 cores? What's that mean?
All of this source material, the manga sales are stable, and it seems to me, based on the support that I've seen from Twitter, that the company is seemingly enough rallying behind Urana Sensei. And with that, all of the signs point to an anime adaptation at this point. So let's break down how this would play out, who deserves to animate it, and just how vital that is.
I would love... Okay, Bones. Okay, Mappa, Bones, and Trigger. I think Trigger, Bones, Trigger, or Mappa. Those are my top 3. Maybe JC Studios. But, like, those are my top 3. Or Madhouse. Those are the top 4. Like, that's probably all of them. But, like, Jesus Christ. Madhouse? Jeez, no. It's Bones, Mappa, Trigger, and then maybe Madhouse. One of those 4. But my most favorite out of those 3 is probably Trigger. Because, you know, it's Trigger, like, Gurren Lagann, like, hello. And fucking, like, come on. But, like, then again, the people animated probably, like, Fire Force. I have no problem with that either. So, yeah.
How Gachi Yakuta should be received. If we were to base it on the potential of it getting a 2-core, which is typically 18 to 24 episodes depending on the budget, anime adaptation, part 1 would more than likely cover volumes 1 through 4, going over things such as Rudo's descent to the abyss, meeting the cleaners, the introduction of Jabber, all the way to Graffiti Town. But this is where I'll get a little lenient. Instead of having part 2 cover all the way to where we just stopped, why not just have it cover the Amo arc? I think the perfect way to end the first season would be the meeting at the bar after the successful mission of finding the mysterious woman in the desert, which happened to be Amo. There was so much that happened
I just
in this
hope
part
whoever
alone
animated
that
keep the
skipping
style
out
of the
on it
manga
would just
instead
be
of
a
smoothing it out
disservice
like
to not
Chainsaw
only
Man
the
and
manga,
JJK.
but Urana Sensei herself.
Wait,
So
I hope they leave her to keep it style in the manga instead of smoothing out, just like Chainsaw Man and JKK. Well, you got a point.
by ending at the bar, you introduce Zodiel as the head of the Raiders, have him say the lines, he'll do anything to get his hands on what he wants, flash the Watchman series, and cut to credits. But that's just me being lenient though. If I were to be cutthroat like majority of the production companies are, most of Graffiti Town would be cut out, the battle before Jabber would be cut out, the trial with Ryo would be cut out, etc, 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 leading us to try and cram the source material together, creating a dog shit anime, which would then sully the reputation of 1K Urana, and I would not stand for that. So the best bet would be to follow the guidelines I provided while also saving the rest for a potential season 2. Because if we think about it from a logical standpoint, ending it at the bar would raise so much mystery as to what happens afterwards. Does Rudo get captured or does he escape? What actually happened to Amo? Who are the rest of these raiders? What happens next? Now obviously we can add more depth to the anime by completely adapting it in a proper fashion, but that would require a studio who would be deeply committed to telling the story of Gachi Yakuta in the proper light, which leads into my next question.
Samurai.
Which studio
Trigger
would
would
not only be
definitely
able
give
to
it that trigger flow to the animation.
That's what I'm looking for. But Mappa got that Sakuga down though. And then remember, they was pushing JKK at low gas. They was giving gas, but they was working at low gas. Now imagine them up, rejuvenated, and ready to go. Fully fledged. That would be wild. Think about it.
Properly adapt Gachi Yakuta, but convey the message behind it. Now, I know you guys want to list off the obvious, right? Which is Studio Mappa. While I'd love for that to be the case, the style which they go for doesn't necessarily fit the bill. Gachi Yakuta isn't...
Yeah, they do. He's kind of right. The style that they go for, like... The style that that Mappa has... really surmises a lot with JJK, like you said, JKK and Chainsaw Man, right? But given how stylized the show is, I would give it to more of a stylized company like Trigger instead. Because look how they did with Delicious and Dungeon and Delicious, or Delicious and Dungeon. Like, they had some Sakuga moments in that, and that was just a cooking anime, drenched in like some type of like medieval nonsense, right? So like, and they really held that art style intact, right? They didn't really sacrifice any like art style, like what Mappa did with JJK back at the Shibuya arc. So like, well, at the far end, but like Jesus, I think maybe Studio Trigger, in my honest opinion. I'm just being biased, but I think Studio Trigger.
Really about combat. It's more so
Like
about
I'm not even thinking like JJK. I'm not thinking of like Gurren Lagann or Fooly Cooly. I'm thinking like what they did with Little Witch Academia, right? So like you gotta think of it in a more recent time, like Little Witch Academia and like something like Dungeons and Delicious or Delicious and Dungeon. I don't know which one is it, but it's one of those two.
storytelling while showcasing its ever so mysterious and growing world. And let's not forget its almost inhuman art style and paneling.
Yes.
That is something that I couldn't leave out of this conversation.
Yes, you can't.
Even if I tried. In my honest opinion, there are only a few studios who would really be able to nail what it has. One of the first being Studio Bones. I think the way that Bones handled Soul Eater, Mob Psycho, My Hero, and countless others, Bones would be a no-brainer in animating Gachi Yakuza. While stylistically it may not match your taste, I think this studio does an excellent job of creating amazing character moments while also not slacking on the creative side of the battles. Next,
Trigger.
Productions.
David
Productions.
David Productions. I think they worked on Rank of Kings, if I remember right. If that's right.
Job animating all of JoJo so far, Undead Unluck, and the most important one in relation to Gachi, which is Fire Force. If we are going,
they did Fire Force. Okay, that's a hard sell now for me. That's a hard sell now. Because if they worked on, like, Fire Force, that's kind of like... Fuck! Yeah. That's a hard sell! I didn't know that. I didn't know it was them that animated, Soul Eater and, Fire Force. I thought it was two different companies. I didn't know it was in the same one. Jesus Christ! That's a hard sell now.
Samurai. People sleep on David.
Yes, I didn't know that I didn't know their name. That's my first time actually hearing the name that actually animated the ones. I thought it was like, I thought it was Square Enix or something down that line, because I know Square funded the Soul Eater series. So I was thinking to myself it was some other like studio. Jesus Christ.
On a studio who could capitalize on goofy moments, insanely colorful layering, and eye-catching battles, then this would also be considered a no-brainer. But to me, there's one studio
Trigger.
that I believe
Trigger.
can do
He's gonna say
Gachi
Trigger. Probably Trigger. He might say JC Studios, but I'm gonna say Trigger.
better than the two I just mentioned. I know you guys are probably
Trigger.
Trigger.
Yeah. No. What?
That, my
no. You what? Come on. Who is it?
Is Production IG.
Okay, wait.
With the way Production IG handles
Who you
anime, I think
I know. Didn't they do Gundam?
They are the true #1 when it comes to animating Gachi Yakuza. From the color choices to the style, all the way down to the storyboarding.
Wait, well, who they?
Production IG has it all.
Give me the.
Doing anime such as Kaiju #8.
Oh, it's a hey Izu.
Psychopaths, Heavenly Delusion, the Fate Grand Order Camelot movies, and so much more. Production IG hits.
I don't know. They're like, I don't know. That's like, I know the ones that you just named. The first one was like okay, but like the other ones are kind of like, I wouldn't say really stylized heavy though. Like, don't get me wrong, they are stylized heavy, but not stylized. Like, look at this one.
Heavenly Delusion,
Heavenly Delusion is not that highly stylized. It's alright. It's perfectly fine.
Grand Order Camelot movies, and so much more. Production IG
I don't
hits
know.
every
Maybe I'm just being. I'm just being.
in an anime adaptation and more. Storytelling, world building, character development, and just the overall care they put into their product is stuff I could only dream of when adapting a manga. Those are the 3 that, if it is at all possible, should be the most requested studios to adapt Gachi Yakuza. I say all of that to say this. Gachi Yakuza has been doing amazingly well. The support has been far better than I ever would have thought. And with how amazing this manga is and has been, I see no doubt as to why it would not be getting an anime adaptation announcement at some point throughout the year. Like I mentioned earlier, all the signs point to one coming, so I thought, why not make this video about it and give my opinion, you know? Seeing as I've been covering it since the beginning. Day one, it only makes sense that I would do this. Leave a like if you enjoy.
Okay, that was a
Subscribe if you're
weird.
new.
That was
If
a
you took
weird
the
gap.
time to watch this entire video all the way to the end. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. As y'all know, this series was the one that drove me to go full-time into content creation. With over 100 videos made for it, I wouldn't be here today without it. And by the way, we just hit 6K on YouTube, and hopefully this is just the tip of the iceberg for what is to come. In the comments, let me know if you like videos like this. I typically don't sit down and type scripts this often, so with this being one of my first detailed ones, make sure to give me as much feedback as you can so I can get better at doing it. And with that being said, it's your boy, Damo Senpai, and I will catch you guys in the next video.
Pretty cool. Alright, so that was Damo. Or Domo, depending on how you say it. Alright, so with that said, guys, that was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I was a little disappointed on his choice, but then again, he kind of gave me a hard sell somewhat on the David Productions one. But like, then again, I don't know about that Production IG one. I don't know, like, didn't they work on Eureka 7? Didn't they work on the Gundam series? I feel like they worked on most of the Gundam
Samurai.
series.
He got more Gachikata videos. He got my sub.
Let's go. See, I like doing things like this. I like recommending other creators like this. It makes it fun, and it gives me a chance to work on my art and then also listen to their commentary. So that's kind of cool. I like that. So it made Bry a fucking fan of his. So that's awesome. So with that said, I think we're going to call it a night for tonight. We did what we needed to do today and all that great stuff. So I like to say thank you for those who came in. I got to do a quick character design of this. I don't know what she's going to be yet. I don't know if she's a ninja. I don't know if she's some... I think I have an idea. I have an idea. I kind of want to give her devil horns for some odd reason. I've been like really wanting to give her some like crazy devil horns. Don't know why lately. I've been just making a bunch of like demons and devils lately. That'd be kind of cool. Right? That'd be kind of cool, right? Yeah, I might give her some devil horns. I have a problem making my girls into devils. I have a problem. But I might get some Jesus in my life. I gotta get some Jesus in my life. Alright, so with that said, have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. I do appreciate every last one of you. Keep safe. All that great stuff. Thank you, Bri, for being an awesome mod. I just love you, bro. Thank you so much for being the best. With that said, have a great night, guys, on TikTok, Twitch, and all that great stuff. We're gonna call it a night. And I'm going to get some content done.
Teach love them devil gals.
Yeah, you know me, bro. Alright, so I'm out here, guys. Laters. Have a great night. Keep safe. And leave those, please vote on the last 3 videos I posted and give me your opinion on the 3 videos. I need your opinion, your feedback. It does help me out. I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, guys.
Samurai.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Night, bro. Later, bro.